Hello everyone, welcome to the WardiTV February event. Group A today. Hello, morning, hello. Let me do a little refresh on the... Let me just do a quick refresh on the goals. We got that done. And we will go from there. Awesome. Players just need a moment, and we're going to be going into creative as Geralt to start the day. So this group's had a little bit of a hiccup, guys, where one of the players, after telling us all the days were fine for him, got the group and said then they can't play today. So it's obviously a little bit less than ideal. So not ideal, but we will make do. So today we're only going to have 6 best of 3s. The other 4 best of 3s featuring Shin will be at a later date. I don't know when yet. I don't know when yet, so still trying to figure that out and get that sorted. We'll hopefully have information on that as soon as possible for you guys, but I like I say, right now is I just don't know, because he told me last night. He told me about 12 to 13 hours ago that he couldn't play. He was like, no, any group for this one. I'm like, you said all of them. He's like, I'm sorry. So yeah, I didn't want to change the group. Other people had schedules. I didn't think it was actually possible to change this group because it was very tough to get people for group A and B anyway. So yes, we couldn't really rearrange it in time. So we're just going to go today and cast 6 best of 3s. We'll get the Shin games at a later point. And that's going to be our plan. That's going to be our plan, Aran. Awesome. Awesome. Alright, loading in. Looking good. Sorry, let me just sort something out quickly. Some sounds on, take us in game. Just need to write something down. Cool. Alright, let's do it. Let's cast some StarCraft 2 today, guys. Welcome to our first WardiTV event of the 2025 season. In the top right-hand corner, kicking off Group A with all of the PvP. It is going to be our red Protoss player, Geralt, in the upper right. In the bottom left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Creator. And I hope you're all having a wonderful day. How's everyone doing? What's up to stream? Hello YouTube, hello Twitch. Let me know what's up, let me know how we're feeling as we are getting ourselves ready to go with some PvP action. So it's going to be, like I say, 6 best of 3s today instead of the expected 10. So apologies on that, but like I say, that's okay. We will get caught up on those other series from Shin. We'll just get them to play at some point and we'll catch up on them. It does mean all but one of our matches today will end up being live now. Usually we have half and half. Now, because of the fact that that happens, we're going to have 5 matches live still and then 1 from replays. Like I say, we'll catch up on the Shin games at some stage. I'm not sure when exactly that might be. But I can tell you that it will happen. So there you go. So yes, that will be happening at some stage. You can rely on that. We'll just get caught up at some point. And yeah, let's see what we get into as we have ourselves an opening of 2 gates each, but also the proxy already setting up in the bottom right-hand side here from Creator. So he is not messing around. Of course, these are all best of 3s, guys. So best of 3, 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 best of 3. Don't know why I had to say it 6 times, but just to really drill it into your minds, it'll be best of 3 group stages, round robin. And pretty much the entire tournament lineup is set. I'm trying to confirm one final player for Group C and D. If I can get that confirmation, I can set the final player into Group C or D. I just need to figure out what is what right now. But the full group stages are listed on the Wikipedia page. So, yeah, the full group stages are listed on the Wikipedia page. You guys can check out all of that already if you'd like. Again, top 3 are advancing out of these groups as well. As you see, our Stalker going to get through, going to nibble and nabble at that probe. Just going to be able to knock that down straight away. As you see, the couple of Adepts are going to threaten the idea of pushing forward. Stoking the Sentry, having found this pylon. They're being very close to denying it, but the Oracle will pop out. We're going to let that Oracle fly, and obviously, at least you now know there'll be nothing else off the Stargate for a moment. Oracle decided to turn around onto the Sentry. I don't believe Guardian Shield does anything against this Oracle shot, because an Oracle attack is spell damage. And spell damage is not affected by upgrades of damage reduction, I don't believe. Am I crazy? Do you guys know Guardian Shield? I don't think Guardian Shield is affected by, affects the Oracle attack, but please correct me if I'm wrong, that's just how I understand it. This is going to be seen on Twilight Council. Chrono boosting up the Blink, the Nexus coming through, the Gateway coming in. Warp Gate is coming online. And we continue to go. No Max Pack, so is he the last one? Honestly, so funny story. I wrote out my invite list of like players I thought would be cool to have. Obviously, I invited some players that played the qualifiers and so on as well. And we just had a lot of Protoss. And then when I sent out all the invites, and then I kind of looked at it, and it was like, oh, I didn't invite Max Packs. And I was like, well, you know what? Let that be a lesson that you should always play the qualifier. Yeah, honestly, I just didn't think of writing his name down, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. But, yeah, I mean, it's an invitational. Typically, I would invite Max Packs. His name just didn't... There's a lot of good Protoss players, man. Like, there's a lot of good Protoss players. And this 4 probes go down to these Adepts. It's nice to maybe open up a couple extra spots for other guys instead of just always being the same Protoss players. So, yeah. So that's where we're at basically. Oh, coming back up into the main base, into the natural. You don't know Clem bribed me? No, I just like he just didn't make the list. Like, yeah, he's extremely good. Yeah, he's absolutely the best. I didn't think of inviting him. I don't know. I try to invite different people each time. I honestly, I feel a bit silly for it. I mean, if the last player does not respond to me / just declines, I can invite Max back still. It's still a possibility. Yeah, like I said, I just messed up a little bit, to be honest. Maxfax is very good for my viewership too, so it's not like it really benefits me from not having him involved. That's probably the silliest part of the whole thing. So, yeah. I don't know, just a mistake on my part, guys. Mistake on my part. Think about a finish. Robo Facility Gateway coming up. We're going to get the Oracle killed off here. Stalkers. We'll get rid of another Stalker and Geralt. In the main base of his opponent, trying to get some damage done here. Obviously can blink to the low ground. The Stalkers can blink after. I was going to say, I don't know if I hate that fight for Geralt, because I feel like he has a good amount of Stalkers in position. He kind of got overrun toward the end, especially from some reinforcements warping in. Made a little bit of a tougher engagement in the end. Let's drop Dark Shrine down onto the top side, and that's Geralt going to head to the DTs early in this game. And it's a very Geralt thing to do, to head into early game DTs. It's just going to start into that one. Stock is still coming around the bottom side. We do have our Forge and our Nexus coming online from Creator. The couple of probes and the Observer coming up as well. Once here, Wardy turns into a human. I know. Joke's on you guys. I'm actually just going to hold the Max Packs invite hostage until we hit a certain sub count. It's going to be our subscriber goal. We'll invite good players that help the stream. Only if you guys subscribe. 200 IQ. Stalkers are flying, probes are dropping. I mean, this is obviously entering a full base raid situation. Pretty close one as well. Dark Shrine non-existent, so that's not going to come into play. We are already building a third Nexus. from Geralt that's very far along, but it's on location, whereas Creator's third Nexus is hidden in the corner. That might make this quite nice. He starts to move Stalkers over towards the third base here. I say third, I guess that's the fourth in the bottom right that Creator's building. Probes trying to avoid each other as both players have money to rebuild a Nexus. Both players have a decent amount of workers. This is realistically a situation where I genuinely think we might just see a Nexus and a complete rebuild. I don't think either player has enough to truly end the game off of this base trade. I don't think any player is in some sort of crazy bad situation. They're going to reset. I'm pretty sure of it. Unless one player gets a little bit overly adventurous like Geralt right now and he gets caught by the whole of Creator's army. You know what? That base... that base would have been nice if it didn't have a stockade in the way. Oh my goodness. That, yeah, well, that's one of the bases to expand to of all time. We are still running our probes over here. Geralt, what are we doing? No, bro. Why are we bringing the probes around the map? He cancelled his Nexus? Wait, did he think he could go back to this base? Oh, Geralt made a mistake. He cancelled the Nexus on the natural? Because I'm pretty sure he just assumed he could go mine from this Nexus, but he's wrong. He gets there too late, and now he's actually quite far behind on the Nexus, while Creator will begin to mine, and Creator will much more quickly begin to reset himself now. And Geralt has a gateway over there. He still have a Cyberclaw up. It might be worth rebuilding that. He does actually have that alive, but obviously exposed in the main. He still has 4 gates. Just needs to try and get unblocked here, I suppose, as the Stalkers and the Probes coming around. Zergiel, thank you so much, dude. I will shout out probably in a moment, but we're about to have an interesting moment here where Geralt is going to pull his Probes in and fight. The problem is that Prism is going to be a frustration as well, and you can warp into this fight too. It's funny though, because Geralt has a little bit of a better positioning. He's going to be able to get the Concave. He's going to go after a Pylon here. That's another one. I mean, Creator's supply blocked, so... But now Geralt has to attack because he just gave up all of his probes. I don't understand why he did this. I think he just completely misread this situation. Just an absolute misread. Completely unnecessary. Geralt has unfortunately just completely mishandled the last 2 minutes. From the moment he cancelled the Nexus on that he was building on Creator's Natural, there should have just been a rebuild and re-go. And instead now he's made it way more difficult than it ever had to be. I mean, Creator's losing pros, but Creator has... The Prism is so good. The Prism does so much for you. It's like an extra blink on some of these Stalkers. Geralt is ahead on army supply. He's going to try and fight it out. Does not target the Prism there. Continues through. Yeah, now he's not going to have enough numbers at all. Again, Prism Micro plus Blink a little bit too much. Geralt's going to lose out. It was close. It was just completely unnecessary is what it really comes down to. Just completely unnecessary. That was an absolute... that was an absolute failure from Geralt, unfortunately. It's kind of brutal to say it like that. It's brutal to put it out like that, but like sometimes it really does just come down to like, you know, from our point of view, we can obviously see how bad of a screw up that was, and there's not really any defending it. Obviously, inside of the game, I don't know. I don't know if he just felt as though his opponent was already mining so much more, he just had to go. Which is possible. I think that I wonder if he felt like he had to go after he pulled his probes to the third and cancelled the Nexus he was building. And then he was like, well, shit. Now I gotta go, you know, because now I've wasted time. I would have been surprised if he decided he wanted to go or had to go before that point. So I wonder if that was kind of the game-changing moment for him where he decided to shift it the other direction. Yeah, interesting game, because like I say, this is definitely one of those games where I get it. Inside of the game, you're super... mentally kind of like in a bit of a different place to what we can see. So the decision inside versus outside of the game obviously is going to be extremely different, and that's exactly what happens there. Players are getting ready up. Let's get going into game number 2. Right, let's do these shoutouts as well. Zergiel just dropped the 30 gifted subs. Happy Turning Human Day. Thank you, Zergiel. Gifting 30 subs, which is bonkers, going out to Mindy Crossing. Terim Sensei, Pigeon Wrench, Tyloo 13, Furigen, I Am And, Glitchy92, T Dello, Niak, Unrivaled Super Hottie, Mike Stins, Fractal Cactal, Crash Door, Chest Nuts, Top of the Potato to you. Trinax FFS, Kurz02, Silly Putty 99, Muchacho 49, AXM Shadow, MDW 8888, Gixer 0099, Doggy DK, XDAV Prime spelled backwards, Lucky Dog 1611, New Milk 35,700, Cheese and Pickles, Ninja Forever, and Legendary Sting. And Harston with the 110-month resub to top it off. Why is Harston subscribing? What's this guy doing? Why is he here? Why is he here? Question mark? Is he not? This man's streaming, dropping subs. Madness. All right, game number 2 of this best of 3. In the bottom right-hand side, up a game is Creator. In the top left, down a game is Geralt. Again, thank you so much, Zergiel, for the 30 gifted subs. I've been mentioning a little bit, guys, about pushing the subscriber count up a little bit. 700 would be a really nice kind of number to get back to. We're currently at 600. That probably puts us about 630, the gifted subs there. So yeah, if you want to help us out, we'd love to get back to 700. We've got a bunch of WardiTV events we want to keep on running. A solid sub count just gives us a good baseline to continue running that off of. So if you want to help us out with that, it's greatly appreciated. You consider subbing, using your primes, etc. Helps us to run more SCT. I've got more to talk about that later, because I got something cool to tell you guys about the Patreon page. Probably saw it if you have been on Twitter already, but yeah. So there you go. Chat about that in a little bit. For now, we get back into this one. Thanks for coming through. Cybercore coming up. We get ourselves settled down for a couple of moments. Wardy time, hell yeah. Hell yeah, it's Wardy time. I'm so excited to actually have just so much StarCraft 2 coming up for you guys. I actually have some WardiTV events on the go as well. If you guys follow the stream a lot, you'll know that. I'm usually at my happiest when we're able to just crank out tournaments. So, we are full of tournaments in the upcoming days. So, today is obviously Group A, tomorrow is going to be Group B. Friday is my day off for the week, but then Saturday and Sunday is going to be the Backers Brawl, the entire tournament. That's an 8-player double elimination event. And that features Sola, Shin, Clem, Max Pax, Trigger, Gumiho. Who else qualified yesterday? ByuN. Hero. So that's going to be very fun across the weekend as well. Sorry, I really had to stop and think about what we were, who was playing. I got part way through, I was like, I've just completely blanked on who the other players are. I had to take a moment. My bad. But yes, it's going to be a fun weekend. And then we're continuing WardiTV February next week as well. So like I say, lots of fun, lots of games to be had, lots of StarCraft 2. That's what we love the most. And we get to go into all of that as we kick off this PvP with a little bit of feistiness and a couple of probes going down. Geralt will proxy out over to the far right side of the map, so he will attempt to set up over there and see if he can make some magic happen for the foreseeable future. There's going to be a Twilight Council that gets proxied. Interesting. No, why am my brain just like zipped? I'm literally not acknowledging the Stargate proxy, then I see a Twilight Council. I'm like, he's proxying a Twilight Council? My brain just does not work sometimes. It's Twilight Council back at home following up this Stargate, which there is already a Stargate play from Creator as well. He's now on 2 Oracles, whereas Geralt's going to go into a Phoenix. That Stasis pulls away from late, but it's actually going to be completely fine, so that's going to be okay. Oracle just activating through, trying to get as many probes as possible. Love the energy recharge just to keep the probes healthy for as long as they can. The Stalker is slowly getting through that Oracle. That will eventually help. Nexus on both sides of the map. The Twilight Council coming through from Trader. He's actually doubling down on a few more Phoenix, so he will take air control, but at the cost of a much later blink. Another Stasis Water Tam. Stalkers will depower the Stargate here from Creator, so he'll take some of the map control and potential further production away from Geralt. I don't think that's going to be a major factor, honestly. We'll actually drop ourselves down a gateway to the left side, but Geralt's going to find this immediately, so that's not going to go very far. We get rid of the probe, and we should just be able to continue through without issues. This should not continue to be too problematic, like I say, when we get to continue through here for the next few moments. See where we are going. See what we are doing. Almost Stasis Ward's coming down. More Stalkers joining up together, and then we get a few units brought across. Take a couple of moments as well. Next is continue to set up. Dark Shrine going to be the choice from Creator. Geralt went into that fast Dark Shrine last time, never actually got around to finishing it up, so didn't really get much chance to use it. We didn't really see it come into play or anything. Just to note that it was kind of originally kind of within his intentions. It just fell away from him at some point. Stalkers gather, a couple of Phoenix going to be near here. We got the blink finishing shortly. Plus one attack going to come through too. Like I say, Geralt's already on his way to that charge because his blink goes sooner. He's not going to be too aggressive though, and that might be good for him because CTs are coming onto the map and he's going to need to be back at home defensively placed. Otherwise, he might fall into a lot of trouble very quickly. Well, DTs will continue through. The blink about to finish up. Plus one attack about halfway done. Stalker's getting across here. Going to take that DT out already. He's going to take that out immediately. Does it just expire? Just as the Stalkers run across it. This looked interesting. Stalkers and Geralt coming through the center again. We got a couple of Stalkers we can pick off here. Blinked at the right moment, wait for the shot to come out, then blink to avoid it, so cute little play. Save you a Stalker that you might have otherwise been losing. I'm going to put some attention onto this Nexus, so the Nexus will begin to take some shots. Some damage will be done right from the very get-go here. And we lose the shields on that, but that'll be about it. As yo, Kienk TQD, thank you so much for the gifted sub going out to Freaks80. Thanks so much for the generosity today, guys, so far. I appreciate you all. Thank you for continuing to support the channel, and yeah, just thank you. Appreciate it. You guys rock. Thank you for subscribing and supporting. Like I say, super excited for some WardiTV events to be back. And these events never happen without you guys either, so it's great to see the support still flowing. Keep us producing more of these tournaments. We do have ourselves a little bit of a move about. A few Stalkers will continue across. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers and Zealots starting to hit the rocks a little bit. The Robo Bay coming online, the Temple Archives coming online as well. Important factors here as we just take a couple of moments, and we do have ourselves the rest of this army from Geralt continue moving around. The few Stalkers blink away over to that right hand side as well. We get caught here as one Stalker gets taken out. Zealot swinging at the Stargate. We get rid of this forward base. I mean, at the same time, DTs and Zald's going to show up. I don't think we need a recall on this necessarily. If we recalled, I would have rather recalled to the forward base. More likely, you could have caught those units as they try to escape. Can do some lifting here. There's one more observer still in reach. It would have been really nice to get that other DT, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it. It's going to be a little bit shy of what we need, unfortunately. Because it's immortal. Going to be coming through the center of the map now. The kill on that base just blinks in, one shot, it's dead, no cancel. A little bit of resources wasted on that one. So Zealot's just going to try and take out the Cybercore. It's also kind of cute. Not sure how much of an impact it's really going to have, but it's applying pressure, you know. Some pressure adding up as we go. Little by little. That Stalker Immortal now going to go onto the Nexus in the upper right. We do see a Disruptor shot flying through. Does not really land too heavily at all. An Immortal lifted up into the sky, going to get knocked down as well. So we will take that out, knock that down. And job well done there to begin with for the moment. Work to be done still though. Stalker's going to move up, actually going to get caught in the center. A couple of them will go down very quickly there, so not exactly ideal. And into this real kind of macro-y game between these two players. Again, definitely Geralt 100% the guy that often finds himself in these later game PvP scenarios. He's often playing the kind of the macro kind of style and the macro kind of way of things, so like I said, I'm not too surprised to see him ending up in this situation right now. He is with Disruptors of his own, so he does have a decent kind of group of units to utilize right now. Shot for fire. Oh, good hits from Geralt to start off with. So he's going to get some Disruptors of his opponent. So that is a pretty darn good start. We like that. We like that a lot, I believe. Stalkers and Disruptors still gathering. Zealots start to end up in the center together. We're just going to see a few structures coming down once again. That put into place. Let's do see Disruptor shots trying to swing around a couple different directions right now. See if there is any possibility of finding anything extra. Comes swinging through. I mean, interesting position as Geralt kind of takes a forward stance, kind of attacking into this lower ground base. Going to be his initial point of interest. Sort of shot flies up the ramp again. Just going to see that trying to come through for some work. Now we kind of get chased away, and this is the scary part. Protoss players are not good at retreating unless you can get Disruptors to go off, and Geralt gets just about enough space to start firing some of those Disruptors at his opponent once more. So that's going to help him a lot. That's going to do a lot of what he needs. We continue to press forward here at the moment. So continue to step through, continue to move on in. Disruptor shot going to land onto a Disruptor, so we're going to be able to grab that nice and quickly. Another Disruptor shot fire is going to land actually on a couple more Disruptors, so Geralt taking a beating right now. A lot of damage being done for these next few moments. I mean, this is stuff you've got to be able to kind of bounce back from as well. Definitely a scary couple of moments as we take a lot of damage across the board. Now we get to reset a little bit. It is Creator. He's going to be lacking on supply, all said and done. So, like I said, I was worried for Geralt because he was the one getting pushed back, but he's able to turn it. And he's got so much money in the bank as well. I think is obviously a huge deal right now. Being one of the guys to have, been able to build this much is absolutely huge. GT's just come about. Cannon goes down, a lot more probes going to be taking some damage as well. Stalker's getting in underneath. Probes going down. We just have ourselves. DT's trying to step up again. Stalkers and the cannon going to be there to push it back. At this point, Geralt is just bullying the creator. He can't get this base up and running. He cannot keep that alive for the life of him. So that is continuing to be an issue here. This seemed to be a fairly major one as well. I mean, that is going to be a continued struggle. We have carriers out, which is obviously like a nice addition to this army. I'm skeptical if they kind of fully believe in the carriers. I'm not sure if they're going to be necessarily everything that we need or want them to be right now, but I guess we shall see. As long as Creator can get rid of those carriers, he is good. And sorry, Geralt. And right now, I'd say we're absolutely on track to do so. And he's got a lot of stalkers. He just needs to get the chance to be able to get underneath without those disruptors firing onto him. That is the danger. That is the concern. And as you can see here, we're going to kind of get through without issue. And Geralt is going to tie us up 1-1. And we are going to go to a third game between Geralt and Creator. So we are going to get 3 games here. Awesome. So our third map is going to be on, I believe it's King's Cove. So King's Cove to round out this series. Let's start it up and see if we can have... I'll just see who's going to take the lead on this one, basically. Is going to be where we're at. Obviously an important match already as we get into our early rounds of the day. Put lobby link down, pull some people up out. We should be able to go. Should ready. In the last lobby. Okay, click start. Game number 3. That's PvP. We'll continue here as we head into King's Cove. Get this underway. Let's get it started. So we kick off into game 3 of the series. It's tied up 1-1. Another big map in King's Cove. Would obviously make this quite an interesting little experience as we step through here. It is in the top left-hand side, Geralt. While in the bottom right-hand side, we have our Red Protoss player, Creator. Final map. Important one already. I mean, this is a fairly competitive group where definitely there's going to be a pretty decent scrap over third place. Every match win is going to really count a lot for you, I would imagine, here. So yeah, we'll see how... get the chance to take an important lead on this one already. I think first match in the group. Say important, for sure. Just get settled into play. We're moving about. We'll move around a little bit. Taking a couple of moments. Nibble, nibble, nibbles. Some probes taking some shots, nothing too crazy. Let's settle down for the first few moments. I mean, Cybercore coming through. Obviously, single gateway here on the side of Geralt and on the side of Create a big map, and they're both just feeling like they can get away with this, so they will be able to, for now at least, get away with that, which is great to see. It was just a fun little situation here to kind of play out from for the next little while. So, yeah, we get to sit back, watch, and relax. See what's going to come next. No rush for us to dive into anything. Just wait and see. Wait and see. Probe is on a little bit of a journey, so wandering around. We have ourselves the Oracle is coming about, Stalker and the Gateway coming through as well, so we got all of that underway right now. The Cybercore and that Warp Gate building too. Being brought in, the Oracle still coming around for a few moments. We continue to get settled here. It's going to have our couple Stalkers still producing. Continue to get ourselves into this. As the Oracle shows up from Geralt, it's pretty easily battered backward. The couple Stalkers come through. Oracle comes around again, Darkshine coming up, Gate coming through, Assimilator as well. Oracle comes around, obviously we do have the Darkshine building from Geralt, so he will try and utilize this. Souls come up the right, the Oracle going to dive through, probes are going to pull. Going to try to stasis ward again here, has to force the probes back, but good play by Creator, making sure not too much comes of this at all. Have our Stalkers hitting, Nexus will take some hits. Creator's going to say GG because the DT show up and detection ain't ready. Geralt 2. Creator 1. Big start of the day for Geralt here. It's going to be huge for him. So Geralt gets off to a great starting point, and we'll get to that 1-0 scoreline that's going to be very much so wanted throughout the course of this. So up next, we're going to be heading into Clem versus Creator. We're going to get that ready to rumble, guys, and we're going to kick off into more action in just a few moments' time, so we'll get that ready to roll out. We just need some videos to come through, and we'll get this next match underway in just a few short moments. Alright, first goal veto the down Neon Violet Square El Dorado going to get removed right from the get-go here, guys. So, a couple moments, we'll get some progress going. Get Horseman in here. Oh, why does it make this dumb ringing sound? So loud.
Hey, what's up, Wardo?
Hello, what's up, mate?
How you doing?
I'm great, how are you doing?
First series was good, no? That you cast it?
Yeah, great PvP.
Really?
Yeah, it's good, no?
I don't know, I didn't watch it. I was busy losing against Goody with my Zerg.
Then why did you say it with such conviction and belief?
I saw I always have your chat open to make sure they're not being mean.
You're so full of shit. Jeez, seriously. Like...
What? No, this is what I do. I keep an eye on them.
You keep an eye on them.
If I see someone being mean, I perma-ban them in my own chat.
What a champion.
Yeah.
I knocked
There's some people that send me unban requests. It's like, hey, I've never said anything in your chat, but I'm banned. And I'm like, okay, I know what you did. Probably was mean to Wardy.
I knocked if you want to do the knocking.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I thought so. Huge.
Share the chat?
Just do it. I was watching you play earlier. I saw you win your first game of the day.
I won 5 in a row.
Oh. Crazy.
Then I lost. But 5 in a row is not bad.
5 in a row is not bad.
So usually it goes like 0-3 and then I win like 4 games and then it goes up and down. But then the 6th game that I played, I lost like the MMR worth of like 3 games at the same time, so it felt bad.
MMR is just a number.
Yeah, just like money is just a number. It's pretty freaking important.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, no, I know. How slow are these guys at vetoing? Holy crap, Clem, get it together. 1 minute to pick the map number 1. That's crazy.
This is why we're never going to have a bigger map pool.
You should just, you should be more like, there should be punishment, you know? It's like you guys have 2 minutes and every minute that it lasts longer, we're just going to start deducting prize money. Like 1% per second that you go over the 2 minutes. It should never take more than 2 minutes.
We could run so many tournaments.
Yeah,
all the prize money we take off the players.
It's a win-win-win. Except for the players that are slow at vetoing. I mean, you need to, you know, set boundaries at some point. I sometimes play against people, I'm not going to name any names, but there's a certain Protoss player in Europe that legit takes like 2 minutes per veto, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point then, you know? He's just wasting your time, he's wasting my time. There needs to be a rule that you can enforce. Even if it's like a ridiculous rule. But it should be like if you're like 4 minutes for vetoing 3 maps. Like there's something wrong with you if you can't do it.
Yeah,
you know?
Some people really like to stop and go,
They veto the same 3 maps for every matchup, Wardy.
Yeah,
these guys, they're thinking real hard whether they're gonna veto Kingsoft first or second. It's like it doesn't matter. We're gonna end up with ley lines, whispers of gold, and then whatever else is left in the map. We'll go like El Dorado or something. Ultra Love, right? Also a possibility.
Yeah, I was sorry. I'm quiet because I've been trying to figure out what the 3rd map is for so long, and I was like scrolling through my replay list to look at map names, and all the map names were the ones that were vetoed already. So yeah, I was trying to figure that out, but it was.
Is Clem playing TOS?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
He just played some TOS, I believe, against ByuN. In a series we'll see later.
Okay, Clem switched it there.
I think Clem's ready, right?
Yeah.
Nice. I got lost in all the chatter. I'm getting called out by Clem. You know, Clem makes me worry every single day. Because it gets to tournament start time. He's not online. I look at Discord, he's offline, and I'm just like, he's asleep again, isn't he? And then I'm like,
no. He's been getting better at it though.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm up at 11 and stuff.
Yeah, I know, but then I had full belief in him again until it was at like Home Story Cup. He's like, yeah, it's really tough. I have to wake up for your tournaments. I always lose the first match because I'm still half asleep because I just woke up. I'm like, bro. And he missed a Monday Cup the other day because he was asleep. So you know.
No, I just didn't want to play.
No, he literally messaged me after 10 minutes. He's like, hey, can you add me to the bracket? I was like, bro, I can't.
Ooh, I told Clem which strat to do, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I told him the 7 Marine, 3 Hellion drop.
7 Marine, 3 Hellion drop.
Oh, so no, sorry. 7 Marine drop, 3 Hellion run by.
Okay.
It's the build that ByuN did yesterday. I think we casted it together, no?
Yeah, we casted something yesterday. Qualifier. Yeah, against them.
Yeah. Dude, that build is so good. I've been playing it a little bit today as well. It looks very, very cool. I think it's one of those builds that you forget about the fact that it exists as well. Oh, it was the game on... Was it Frostline that we watched it?
I can't remember.
It was with the crazy sequence where he flew the Raven into the natural, then the Hellions in the main, and then he attacked on the third or something.
Was that Frostline?
Like, no. Was it?
No, I don't think so. It was... I'll find out.
Dude, it was a crazy good sequence. Here's where I said, I would love for the Raven to go into the natural. And then he flew it past the third into the natural. That's such a cool move. I think this build is banging.
I don't think it was Frostline, but I can't check.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it was a frosty map though. It doesn't matter.
I mean,
It really doesn't.
No, it makes no impact at all. As we get into this PvT, Crater, rough start for him because he's 0-1 in the group now. So yeah, and then you have to play Clem.
The first game is all your own Whispers of Gold.
Yeah,
because this is a rough map. I really think this is a rough map. Look at the freaking dead space next to the base.
It's all around as well.
You could park multiple cars there. You could park planes. You could build multiple plane hangars there. Like, this is huge. You have to scroll so much. Like, you could get the... What is the disease you get in your arms if you use the wrist too much? Is that RSI?
Repetitive strain injury, yeah, or carpal tunnel.
Yeah, carpal tunnel. If you have to scroll with like the middle wheel all the way around, this is how most pro gamers get carpal tunnel because of Whispers of Gold. Just looking at the freaking dead space. Okay, he's gonna play Twilight Council. This is the best situation for Clem. I think if you do the triple Hellion build and you're fighting against Stargate Opener, it actually kind of sucks because you have to go by ground. There's some anti-air. In that case, you can sometimes still deal damage if there's 0 batteries, but if there's just a single battery, getting damage in is going to be very, very rough. Whether that battery is in the main or the natural. Because there is a Reaper wall here, it's going to be hard to get a battery in the main. That means that the 7 Marine drop that he's going to be going for will be a little bit more effective. We're going to have to wait and see how Creator is going to wall, but ideally he has the ability to full wall, because that is a very solid way of dealing with this.
Yeah, being able to wall off is obviously a major plus, right? Just gets rid of the Hellion run by aspect of it, so makes our life a whole lot easier. As Clem finishes the starport, the medevac is on the way, and we have ourselves a beginning of a wall off, in Creator at least. But obviously it's still currently relying on the fact he's got 2 adepts. That's actually kind of a difficult wall to finish, right? Like, it's too wide for a pylon, but not wide enough to really fit anything else in.
No, you can fit a gateway in front.
Yeah, like in front.
Also behind, actually. That's a 3x3 behind.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I suck at walls.
Yeah, to like the east of the pylon, basically. In a straight line, you put a 3x3 there. That's,
yeah, and then there's a gap to the left. Oh, with the adepts.
No, there's not. No, you push it down. Put it down. You can wall this, guaranteed. I'm zero worried about this. So the way that, by the way, let's talk about what Creator needs to do. He needs to have Stalkers in the main base ready, and then he needs to keep units in the wall. 2 Stalkers in the main are ready. That's a good start. Clem is going to drop the medevac. First shot is on the medevac. Marine doesn't go down there. We have no pickup micro quite yet. Where are the Hellions? They're going to start running in right now. Oh, he's going to try to jump over this. That's actually kind of a cute move. I haven't seen it like that before.
Yeah, that's pretty sick, because we're going to start chasing down some pros. We're already at 4-5 kills, and we are absolutely looking for more. 7 workers. That's going to be it as Clem loses everything, but 7 workers is very nice. Now, Blink's about to finish this. Medevac may not actually be safe. think will be good to get the kill. The 2 Hellions get out and get away, but at least the medevac goes down. 1 bonus for Creator at the end of it all.
He boosted in place.
Yeah.
You saw it? It's like when you start lagging in like an MMORPG, you know, it's just like running in the same spot again and again. Yeah. That's not good. Because if he keeps that alive, then this counterattack is much harder to execute. You're always going to have to be afraid of, you know, 2 Hellions still running by. And although it's only 2 Hellions, like 2 Hellions are going to be very frustrating. Now 1 unit in the wall, you're going to be capable of stopping just that. Stalkers will be active here with the Prism. We have 4 Stalkers in that bad boy. Raven in the main base as well. Could see it being used as a counterattack. But for now, it's just going to stay at home.
Tank shot. He's actually going to get on those Stalkers. Going to get 2 shots off as we get 2 SCVs. We won't lose Stalkers, but they will lose some HP. Worth knowing. The couple of Hellions can't do much, as you mentioned. Pretty helpless without anything else to really get done. As, yeah, tank plus 1 attack upgrade coming through for the moment. We get Storm as the choice from Creator to follow this up as well. So going to begin to move there onto some splash damage, which should be huge for him eventually. But still a ways to go there. Obviously would need to add charge onto this most likely as well at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I don't think you can do this without charge. I don't mind if he opens up with like 2-3 Templar and then goes into charge, but charge needs to be done before Stim, basically. That's pretty much the goal that you're looking for, and he's going to be just fine with that. Third base is very delayed, and I wonder what Clem is going to do as a result. Like, is he going to look at this and say to himself, hey, you don't have a freaking third base. I don't have to attack you. With my 2 extra mules, I'm going to be outmining you by about 400 minerals a minute. So I'm going to be just fine when it comes to eco. You know, it's going to be either a very fast rush into Storm with a high gateway count, or it's going to be some weird Colossus, but I don't actually think Colossus is very common off of this. Like 9 out of 10 times it is going to be Storm or a Zealot Archon type of push.
Well, Prism loads up the High Templars, and the Stormers are ready. As Clem just gets a 3rd CC on the waist, Impact and Combat Shield coming up, +1 finishing shortly. A couple of barracks still being brought in as well. So he's going to be fully powered up on 3 bases soon, and Kurt is just hanging back with those, with that Prism and everything, just not in a rush to move out on the map at all.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that he isn't in a rush whatsoever. If I was Creator, I'd be in a pretty freaking big rush, if I'm being real with you. Even workers, your 3rd base is extremely late. Actually, it's the same time as the Terran's 3rd. You're now going to lose some more workers. Like, he's just praying that Clem moves across the map and suicides into Creator. And as long as Clem doesn't do that, like, Creator's just falling further and further behind. There's no Forge for Creator either. He has no upgrades coming. There's no follow-up tech. Like, it's this, and then there's nothing behind it. So he's going to have 1 push, and I guess he's going for it right now.
Yep, he is just going to send it. An extra Archon morphs in, he gets ready to go across the map here. On Whispers of Gold. Clem is still very much so just sat back on his natural pre-split, getting the tanks a bit further forward. Got a couple tanks quite deep in his main that could maybe step a bit further up as well if he wants to defend that 3rd, but the pre-setup is good. Obviously for Clem, the only downside is he's about to take the 3rd, which makes it better timing for Creator. And we'll see if that opens the door perhaps for Creator to actually get in here and, you know, have a good shot at taking a fight. He's down on army supply, down an upgrade. Really does just have to go right now before it gets any worse for him.
Yeah, there's 2 tanks in the main base. 1 tank is now moving over. The pre-split here is insane, by the way. We have a couple of random mines sprawled around as well. I'm gonna now send some Marines in forward. As long as this base doesn't die and 55 SCVs don't go down, Clem should be fine. He's still up in supply. At this point, we have 3 more Storms available. Tanks are falling on the high ground, though. And honestly, Creator's fight here was much better than I had anticipated, but I still believe that Clem should be okay in this particular spot. Although I say that, Clem is actually dropping massively in supply. Is he dead?
He's dead.
Wow. Dude, as I said it, he dropped like 30 supply in like a millisecond.
All of his units were kind of low, and a couple of extra Storms, and a couple extra shots, and just so much suddenly was just dying instead of just being low HP. And yeah, I was kind of with you. I was like, I think he's got enough. And then he started trying to target down the Prism. I was like, he does not have enough to kill the Prism. And that was it. He just had nothing left. And Creator is going to take the opening game off of Clem. Very exciting.
Actually, very exciting. Yeah, there was like 2 Storms that Clem stood in a little bit too long, and then it was boom, over. That felt really busted, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes you see these types of games with Storm, where it's like, what the hell is Terran supposed to do? Don't you have that?
Yeah, all the time.
Do you think he should have a turret or something? Like mines, like delaying their shooting?
Maybe. There was a moment where I felt like there was a bunch of tank shots, and I felt as though it was like, oh man, if those tanks keep firing, he's going to do so much. But he had 2 tanks still further back, right, as well?
Just in the end, there was just one in the main base, because he moved the one over. It wasn't really there in the fight for majority of the time, but
Yeah.
man, that's crazy, because this early game was quite good for Clem. It was on Central as well.
Yeah, now Clem has to play West. Full game 2.
Yeah.
Madness. Alright, we get into our second game, get this started up, and we'll be off into this one.
It was a good pre-split too. Man, that looked really sick. He had like 6 Templar, 4 of them had double storms.
I really felt like Clem was okay.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Clem was more than fine.
And last he was not. In the top, in the bottom left, the Red Protoss play taking the first game as creator. Absolutely crazy. I'm in the top right. Looking to bounce back in the TVP. As we get into game number 2.
Yeah. You know what's the worst part about this? Is that I gave him the build that lost him the game, but I don't think it was the build that was the wrong part. He was in a good spot, Wardy.
No, the position was fine. He did some good damage.
Raven also killed like 5 more workers. There was nothing wrong about this game. But then he just died. What's Creator looking for?
Yeah, he's checking there's no proxy marauders coming his way. He ain't messing around.
That's crazy. They're scouting damage for proxy marauders. What if they're on the bottom side?
Well, it's just unlucky.
That is just unlucky. Creator plays it really safe, by the way. He sends a really quick worker out, fast enough to scout for proxies, but still be in time that if it is a proxy that he didn't find, he will be capable of responding to it. And then on top of that, he sends the probe out pretty quick as well, downstairs to make sure there's no eBay block. So going for any type of like weird early game shenanigans against Creator is something I wouldn't recommend. Like I don't think it's good at all. Clem here is opening up with double gas, Reaper into factory, and he's keeping quite a few boys here in gas. 3-2 on gas. So I'm wondering what he's going to be following this all up with. It's going to be a slightly delayed command center for him. Creator stack will come down right now. It's going to be Adept, Warp Gate, and thus we're looking potentially at a Twilight Council here. I feel like over the last few months, Stargate has really kind of fallen off as a builder order, no?
Yeah, 100%. People have really just loved the Twilight Council. They live and die by the Twilight Council nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to play Phoenix as well with the Neo Cyclone. Like that thing, or the old Neo Cyclone, whatever you call it. The long range Cyclone. That thing is so good. Like Cyclone Viking push are crazy with that.
Kind of, basically what used to kill Stargate back in the day, right? So, yeah, people just, I feel like Blink is it. And I feel like there's a lot of decent maps for Blink right now as well. Like, there's a lot of fairly good Blink up spots. People have really figured out, I feel like, since we last had this Cyclone, even more ways to be aggressive with Blink, like the Prism and the 4 Stalkers, being able to get in all the time, get a few SCVs. There's a lot of reasons to play Blink versus risking a Stargate opener, which can be somewhat safe sometimes, but a lot of the times can put you in danger too.
Yeah. Ooh. Did Clem get the confirmation yet? No, he didn't. It's really hard sometimes to read these games if people go for the fast battery. So usually a pretty decent thing to look at is like the second gateway timing. Most of the time with Blink build, it starts before like the 3-minute mark. But a lot of pros players, they love getting that fast battery. Sometimes one in the main and one in the natural, like Creator is doing here. And it just makes it freaking difficult for the Terran to kind of read what's going on, because that second gateway timing is so off. So Clem might then accidentally believe that this is Stargate instead of Twilight. which it isn't. It's going to go, by the way, for a 6 Marine plus Mine Drop. I don't think this should be something that has a lot of potential. I think it's actually something without any potential here whatsoever, because we do have that battery in the main base. The mine could deal some damage, but that should be about it.
Bit of mine burrows, and we are going to go and retarget a couple times. We're going to get ourselves a probe. Also drain that battery of energy. Now the Wood of Mine re-burrows up. And we get rid of another probe. Wood of Mine still yet to get set off. Has to lift the Marines to avoid splash damage in the end. I'd say it was pretty much everything.
Let's take a lot of damage on the medevac, so medevac will need to go home to kind of heal back up. What's the follow-up going to be? I thought we were going to see a tank push, but I am not entirely sure about that right now. Clem sees no third base, as Creator is going for kind of like a 2.5 base, or there will be a third base at some point, I think. It's going to be like 2 base, Robo Bay, very fast Colossus, surprisingly quick Forge. I'm always surprised to see the Forge this quick, because I feel like you don't really have the gas for that majority of the time. You want to get some observers out, you want to get the thermal lens, and you want to get a Colossus, and all of that just costs a crap ton of gas. And a really quick +1 doesn't do a whole lot for you. You have the Phoenix now scouting across, is going to see what Clem is trying to achieve here with a couple of tanks, 3 tanks, Raven out. And we're going to start stim here for Clem as well. I really don't mind this opener for Creator. I kind of like it.
Alright, well, he gets this Colossus on the way, and we'll just clean out this Widow Mine. It's lingering on the bottom side, so get rid of that, and on we go. Stim just starts up from Clem. He gets a 3rd CC underway as well. And as Clem gets the 3rd Rax also in position, so you can start Combat Shield alongside that Stim. So all of those bio upgrades will sync up more or less. That's going to be Nick Clem's next kind of point of power in this game. Till then, he will just sit back. Gives Creator a good amount of time to get into that Colossus. Thermal Lance has a good chance of finishing before any action happens as well. So Creator is moving along into a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, kind of low eco once again though. 3rd base timings are similar here for both players. That's generally not a great thing for the Protoss player, excuse me. 2 workers going down. Liberator finally decides to show up. This is really annoying if you don't have a 3rd mining yet 6 minutes and 30 seconds in. Like, if you lose any type of mining time, it feels so expensive, and it's difficult to then add those extra gateways, because ideally pre-push you want to get your charge out, you want to go up to like 6, 7, maybe even 8 gateways. You want to have continuous Colossus production, also have a decent ground army, and you're going to have to cut into some of that. If you're losing workers, you're losing mining time. I don't think Clem is going to necessarily commit to a very quick push here, because he built a bunch of tanks. His 3rd base is quite fast for a Terran player. So his initial push is not going to be super strong. I don't think so, at least. He might just try to fade moving on the map. I'd be surprised if he commits.
As Bio comes stepping through, a couple of tanks going to move across, and obviously we just take position to take the 3rd down, but upgrades are done, so yeah, maybe step through and get something done. And that Colossus count rises up from Creator. He gets his extra gates online as well. He's going to keep on that scouting, that hallucination, heading to the main base, just trying to make sure he's always aware of what's up, what is happening. Trying to give him the best set of tools to work from. As Clem just cleans out the front, pushes those stalkers away. And Creator very happy just to immediately go into that Temple Archive, so a quick switch in terms of what splash damage he's going to be continuing to build into now.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see the Templar Archives. It almost makes me feel like we're going to see an Archon push with this, which I wouldn't be a huge fan of. Like, we have the Prism, the Templar Archive, like it all kind of times out for an Archon push. It could also be Storm. This is something that certain Korean Protoss players have been doing. Classic in particular has been very keen on it. I think Creator has done it quite a bit in the past as well. It's really not a thing that Europeans do, though, and Hero also doesn't do it a whole lot, like the Storm Colossus type of thing. Unless he opens with Storm, generally we're going into Disruptors first, because it feels a little bit more comfortable to play. But yeah, like I said, Classic and Creator have kind of shown this in the past. Clem now just pulling ahead in supply, by the way. This is pretty much the consequence of that late 3rd base, which is why usually when you're playing these early Colossus or early Storm builds, rather than playing very passive, we see some type of push. Like, once you have 2 Colossus, you push. Or once you have Storm, like we saw in the last game, you push. Because if you're just sitting back and you don't have a very fast 3rd base and the Terran has a quick 3rd, you're just going to be down like 20, 30, sometimes even 40 supply. honestly, Clem's position is quite decent. He's probably going to go for a maxed out push, and it's going to be tricky for Creator to hold that forward base position.
Clem finds the Prism, which is just going to be a little bit of awareness for him. He will even go chase it down. He has a Viking squad, so Prism has to back it up. And Creator will not be able to attack through that top side for the next few moments at the very least, so he's going to get slowed down on any sort of offense he might have been conjuring up over there. Find ourselves an observer overhead, and this army of Clem continues to push across the far left-hand side, so going to go on a bit of a shove. And yeah, get onto this fourth base, which you just mentioned may be a difficult hold. Clem puts himself right on this ramp. Vikings nearby. First cannon will go down. The battery is probably not going to last long here either. First storm drops. Clem's puts a few units ahead to try and get some High Templars. Still has his EMPs available too, so can pick and choose what he would like to do with this. Is Creator's just hiding from behind the base, which means the base is going to go down. The units on the right side finally start showing up, but a little late. We're going to drop auto turrets even off the Raven just to slow that down. Clem's going to eat another storm. Zealots from the top side Prism. It's a mess of a fight, but it's completely in favor of Clem, as Creator was he just couldn't get everything to engage at the same time. So he basically fought this with 3 different small armies.
Yeah, that's not really how you want to do flanking most of the time. It's rough though, because Clem kind of decides when to fight as well, right? He can run away from an army and attack a different side. And Creator tried to manage that as best as he could, but his best there was not good enough. Right now we have 69 workers for Clem against the 58 of Creator. Creator without a fort. I mean, Creator should die within the next 25 to 30 seconds. Yeah,
there's not much survival to be done here. Clem has a lot of his tools still available to him. He's going to come straight across. So let's be careful of the one disruptor, I believe there is. So obviously that can maybe have an impact. But even if you keep that disruptor shot quite badly, which it was a decent shot, you're still not going to stop this from really pushing through. As we got on top of the third base right now, Zealots are going to keep charging in. A couple of Widow Mines are going to fire up. The Stalkers blinking into Widow Mines ain't exactly fun. The Vikings have landed, and this game is going to go to Clem. And so we are going to go to game 3.
Yeah. This is kind of a passive game. Sad to see when Clem plays passive. I think one of the things that Clem does really well is that on top of being very good, he tends to be extremely entertaining to watch. I think maybe more so when he was less good. I think the better he gets, the more he kind of feels comfortable in dragging these games out. But still, like, I want to say something like 80 to 90% of the time, he's going to be in the driver's seat in a major way, right? He loves being in charge of the game, kind of telling you where it goes. This time, the way that he played it out, I think is pretty much perfect, right? You're going for a pretty okay early game, a late eco on the side of Creator, and Clem says, hey, I'm just going to have higher supply. I think I can attack your fort base by the time I max out. And after 3 medevacs, he just started pumping Vikings, just setting up for that timing with triple tank, and he was completely right. He destroyed his opponent. Now, what could Creator have done there? I think he had to delay that push out a little bit, whether that's going to be with Storm, with Stalkers, or just with his entire army. Zealot run-bys are very useful. The moment you have a Zealot run by in, it becomes much harder for Clem to take his time as much because you're dealing damage. And this type of max out push with 1-1 Viking goes, usually there's not going to be a whole lot of reinforcements anymore. You're just moving out once you have like 200 supply. Like there's just, once you're max, there's no production going on. So yeah, Zealot run-bys can be good. We saw none of that. And Creator, he just waited with doing anything until Clem was on his side of the map at his forward base, and then it just becomes so tricky.
Tough situation to play out of, and now we get game 3 as Clem just relogs. We headed to Ultra Love. Be able to get that going in a moment or 2, hopefully. There's the ready, so we're going to kick this off. Game 3, Ultra Love. What do you think about Ultra Love for TVP then?
I don't know, really. I actually have no clue. I feel like there's some builds that are going to be easier to hold, like the very aggressive, like kind of like 1.5 base stuff, that you can do, like the 1-1-1 type of tank pushes. I always feel pretty comfortable on this map against that. You have a ramp going up into your natural. There's quite a bit of space from that ramp to your nexus. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel so bad defensively. Same with taking like a third base, I think tends to be kind of okay. Fourth base, kind of okay. But then when I check my win rate on the map, it's not actually that good. So yeah, like theoretically it feels like a fine map for Protoss, but I don't perform very well on it. So It could be a personal thing. I haven't seen, like, I haven't checked the stats of like how the high-level players really play on it. But enough about that, Wardy. Look at this. Low ground wall. I like it.
Low ground wall off. Oftentimes can be a bit risky against certain pushes, but if they don't come, it's just going to give you a lot of safety early game, right? And you have a forward gateway if you want to put some pressure on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it gives like a lot of extra safety. Like, it's like, I guess it's nice to have a much quicker wall. So against things like a double gas opener, where you're afraid of Reapers, it can be quite okay because it's easy to full wall it, whether that's temporary or forever. It can be nice, but majority of the time it's going to be for like a 3 or 4 second faster adapt across the map. So majority of the time when we see this, we'll see a heavy focus on delaying the CC on the low ground. Sadly for Creator, there's a decent chance that there's not going to be a CC on the low ground. Clem is opening up with that double gas start, and yeah, I don't really see Clem building that on the low ground. If he does, it could be risky.
Probe just going to nibble up at the depot. Reaper's going to pop. And we get ourselves the opening setup. Clem going to get that factory down quickly again with the double gas, so no real surprises. A little bit more of an aggressive side of things on the side of Clem. We'll see how he continues to push that. As the side call finish from Creator, and we can see what tech choice he would like to take us to on Ultra Love. Expecting the Twilight Council, but we'll hold out hope that we maybe see something a bit different.
Yeah, I'm not very hopeful for that though already. Creator has a lot of freaking gas. Oh, he's skipping Warp Gate. Oh, he's going for Stargate. You're right. We are gonna be seeing something different. That's kind of cool. He's playing such fast batteries though. So fast battery in the main, Adept on the low ground, is not going out. We have the Reaper into the main. I wonder if we can get a kill here. I don't think so, because the battery's gonna finish.
Nah.
No, not quite in time. One worker goes down. Scout also on the Stargate. This is a pretty big deal. I believe we're going to see a straight Cyclone into Viking, and whether Clem is going to fully commit to that is pretty much just the next question. I don't know whether that's going to be the case or not, but just getting that early Scout, that is a big deal.
Well, Adept's going to be there. Reaper going to take a couple of shots and push back, and we do have the Cyclone and a couple of Marines on the way up from Clem as well. The Phoenix and the Adept going through the Warp Gate building from Creator. The Reaper's just going to get into the natural and go after the probes. We get one right there. It's going to be a nice catch. The Adept will get the cleanup on this Reaper. And that will be shut down. So Reaper goes down. And obviously we're just going to head into these Phoenix, which is scary. Clem's building his second Cyclone already, and if he's just going to go Marine Cyclone Medevac across the map, that could be where already the Phoenix face some issues.
Yeah, 3 worker kills, by the way, on a Reaper. When you open up with a straight battery in the main base, that's not really what you want majority of the time. Cyclone's going to get 2.5 volleys on it, as the Cyclone's going to turn around and it's going to get a kill here on one Adept at least. There's no lift anymore on the Phoenix. I'm expecting just a full-on Cyclone Viking sand. There's no robotics facility here. There's no battery on the low ground. This is actually just looking really freaking tough for a Creator. He's on single gate. He has 0 Stalkers. Robo at 412. Like, there's going to be 2 Cyclones, a Viking, tank follow-up as well. Like, there's no catch on the side of Creator. Like, he can't just go in with the Phoenixes to clear a Cyclone. He doesn't have Stalkers. He doesn't have Immortals. He's going to have a single battery and basically no gateway units. It wouldn't surprise me if Clem just kind of wins the game here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of stuff. If nothing, if he's going to back away, but even if he just backs away, you're taking a fairly late third base here, no, as Creator. Is that okay for him? Is that fine, or is that something that Clem takes advantage of?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the build. I don't know. Clem is going for Vikings, I think. Sorry.
Yes.
I completely forgot what you said.
What was your question? I was just asking, like, obviously Clem backs away, but obviously Creator at least takes a late third base, right? So it's still a win for Clem overall.
Yeah, if we're playing double gas, though, most of the time you want to do a bit more than just 3 worker kills.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just not a fan of Phoenix Colossus right now. Like generally as an opener. And the worker count of Creator does seem extremely low. His gases on the natural are also very late. So I don't like his position. I think in a normal situation, having such a late third base against such a committed push is not really the end of the world. But for whatever reason, Creator kind of forgot the macro for a little bit. So I don't love his position. I think Clem for here on out is going to just pump Viking tank. And then these barracks are just naked producing Marines. I think he's done it before. He used to play this on... Was the map called Amphion?
Yeah,
the one with the... Yeah, he used to play this a lot on Amphion against Protoss when they play Phoenix Colossus there. And he had an insane win rate with it.
Well, Phoenix will gather in the center, and we just have our Twilight Council Forge probes coming about. Here we go, moving out. Clem, big push, like you say. I mean, the Viking count is very scary. It's just a terrifying set of units, right? And you look at what Creator's got defensively, it's like, well, right now there's not even any splash. One Colossus is coming up, but by the time that gets brought into play, there most likely is going to be, you know, tanks already sieged. I'm getting held out on these bridges at least, so good first force field from Creator. And now Clem starts to fight, and I mean, this feels rough, because even the Immortal you're getting locked onto, right? So it'll take some damage. Viking's going to land as well, so we're just going to commit to this, and going to lose the Immortal very quickly, all things considering. The battery is going to do what it can, but there's just no damage output from Creator in the slightest. He's going to get completely overrun.
Yeah, and this is really the problem when you're playing Phoenix Colossus and you don't have any Colossus yet. Your army is absolute garbage. And even with the one Colossus out, I mean, if you're already fighting into 6-7 Vikings, good luck with that, my dear friend. GG gets called, Clem picks up the victory relatively easily. I mean, if your Reaper gets 3 kills in the early game, that's usually a good sign, but I don't think it should have been this easy for Clem. It gets the 2-1. Well done, well executed. Yeah, surprised to not see any more Templar play like we saw in game number 1. But I feel like that is one of the things that Creator... It's one of the things he does well, and also one of the things perhaps he doesn't do so well, is that he just loves playing 3 different builds every single game, or every single best of 3. If he's playing a best of 5, he has 5 different builds. And sometimes I think in StarCraft, if you have a build that had success, it's not that bad to repeat it, even if it's a little bit more predictable. And I think he might overvalue predictability a little bit.
Yeah,
unpredictability.
So sometimes it's fine just to do the same thing a couple times over if it worked for you, right? Like,
yeah. There used to be this build in Wings of Liberty, the Immortal All-In against Zerg. I played every single game Wardy for years. Always worked as well. The win rate with that build was really insane.
Really insane.
It was really quite something.
Alright. We are going to be heading to our next map in a moment. So there's a couple of videos come in. We'll get ByuN versus GERALD on the way. He's sticking with us. Be casting everything. What's your plan today?
Who did you say it is? Geralt and?
GERALD versus ByuN, and then ByuN versus Creator, then GERALD versus Clem, and then ByuN versus Clem. That's the order.
ByuN Geralt, I'll do. Okay.
Cool.
And then if it was good, I might do ByuN Creator.
So you're basically going to stay with us until there's a bad matchup, then you're going to ditch me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What a move.
Clem is actually flaming me about the loss.
What a guy.
He said, I couldn't be more mad. You made me lose. What's wrong with him?
Well, that's what you get when you suggest a build. Doesn't matter if the build went well. You're still with the one that set the game off the way you did.
It's crazy to see the world champion this delusional. See, I'm gonna flame him a bit. Are we in the lobby already?
Yeah, it's up.
Fast veto, huh? ByuN is good at it, I think.
Yeah,
Geralt also good at fast vetoes.
ByuN doesn't mess around. No, Geralt's not fast at all.
No, he's not.
No, Geralt stops and says all the time. He writes all the maps out like one by one, and then like he's like when it gets done like 4 or 5 maps left, he writes them all out again. And he says and then he vetoes or something, or picks or whatever.
Nice.
Got everyone in here. There's so many people casting a day.
Really?
Yeah, we have 12 people in the lobby.
Wow.
It's not even everyone. But it's kind of nuts because I feel like we've I feel like no one wanted to cast my tournaments for the last month, and now everyone's here today.
Hate to see it, or you love to see it.
But I don't really care. Just strange, you know.
It's quite something.
Alright, players are ready. Gonna kick off into El Dorado. Game number 1 of best of 3. As well, Geralt obviously had a good start in this group, right? Because he's already taken out Creator, so he's on a good start. It's our first time seeing a game from ByuN, so he's at 0-0 right now. And yeah, we won't actually know how this group finishes today because Shin will not play his games today. But yeah, obviously a 2-0 start for Geralt would be very good. A lot of the time 2 wins is good enough to get through these groups, so...
2 wins? Really?
Yeah, 2 wins, 2-2. Gets through the group a lot of the time. Like, sometimes you get tiebreakers on 2-2, but like, 2 wins is pretty solid.
Interesting.
Usually you only have 1 win, which is why you struggle.
What? No, I went through the group in 2nd place last time I played in one of these.
Yeah?
I beat Solar, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And then you put me in the round of 8 against Clem, I'm pretty sure.
that was a 4-player group, no? That wasn't even a 5-player group.
I performed well, though.
Yeah. Christmas
Maybe I even got 1st place. Is that possible? No, right?
No, you lost something afterwards.
That sounds unrealistic. What
You got
tournament did I play
You got
in?
2nd place to max packs. Mate, you got out of this group with a 1-2 scoreline. Yeah, you beat Solo 2-0 and you lost to Ryong and max packs, but you had the map score advantage.
But I took the maps. I took maps.
Yeah, you took maps.
It wasn't close. They were 3-5 in maps. I was 4-4. Not taking this heat here, Wardy. What the hell?
No, I wasn't even giving you heat until you made me look it up.
That's my bad.
Did I advance in first?
Yeah, but then you put me against Clem.
I didn't put you against Clem. You got drawn against Clem.
Yeah, sure.
That's
what they
random.
always say. And it's every single time me against Clem.
I did it on stream.
Yeah. You know who also does the drawing on live on stream? The FIFA. You don't think that's corrupt? Of course it is.
The FIFA, yeah. Is that one being compared to now, the FIFA?
Well, you have more power than Sepp Blatter ever could dream of in the respective niche.
Incredible.
Your business practices are as opaque as they come, Wardy.
As opaque as they come.
Yeah.
It's really not. Very, very transparent. We tell everyone we need money to make StarCraft tournaments, and then StarCraft tournaments happen.
Yeah, but who does the drawings? And who at the end of the day
I do them on stream!
Yeah, sure. But who is, who's the puppet master in the end? Ooh, look at this. Be honest. Yeah, he saw it. I've been getting really frustrated by Korean tosses getting away with this. Geralt also is doing it right now. Hero does this like every single game. He mines out the minerals in the middle and then puts his probe there for like the first 8 minutes of the game. And I haven't seen a single Terran actually go in there and kill it. And I love that ByuN is changing that.
Yep. Obviously, if it's mined out, it's where like the probe is down there, right? So you go and find it. And now 2 Reapers and a Hellion. You're gonna come across the map. You killed a probe. And you get to go and poke on the other side as there is an Adept on that high ground. There's a battery finishing soon. There's nothing in the main base. Stalker will start a hit. Obviously, the Hellion can run to the natural later if it would like to do so. Try and grenade that Stalker to slow it down. ByuN just going to commit, but he takes a bad shot from the probes, which means that he's going to lose 1 Reaper super quickly. I don't think he's going to do much at all here anymore.
Yeah. You know what's weird in this type of situation? Is that you kind of want to cancel the battery in the main base because you held already, but at the same time canceling a battery doesn't really feel like it's worth it. And you already ruined the timings on everything, like it's not like you can have a gateway at the timing where you wanted it to anymore. Like that ship has sailed. So I don't know, like it's 75 minerals. It's not like a big deal, and maybe it will come in handy later, but Most of the time, the battery in the main base, like completely useless. Hallucination is going to scout that there's a single mine plus medevac. Honestly, a pretty reasonable scout to get. I'd be happy with that. That's Liberator as a follow-up. Wow, that's the last thing I'd expect here.
Yeah. Kind of a weird time for it, as there's a Widow Mine there, and Geralt didn't realize it, so that was hidden by the Hellion a little bit. As we try to pick that Widow Mine up, we will head toward the main base. And ByuN, like you say, with that Liberator, all the harassing units, I mean, a tank on the way now as well. Is there potential for like a little bit of just Marine tank push? Liberator goes elsewhere at the same time?
No. With a Reaper reactor? I don't think that's very common. It wouldn't, yeah, I don't think it's a very prudent thing to do. Oh, 2 kills on that first mine, that's nice. And the second mine now becomes active, we'll kill the sentry. Well, why would he send it in like that?
I saw that? Yeah, he just sent
Here's my most expensive unit.
He's like, well, you want a good target? Hit this! Oh, it's a guaranteed lock-on. Huh.
Like a probe would have been fine, you know? Very heroic move by the sentry, though. But a little bit weird. Okay, Robo-Base to follow up. Robo-Base fairly late. Not a huge fan of it in that case. Like 510, 505. Yeah, I don't love it. Double mine still active. Ideally, you kind of get those Marines out of the medevac, though. I think this is an underrated move. It's just like popping the Marines out, like on top of the map, and just walking them home and then going for a double mine drop. I think Geralt is already anticipating that. Look where those stalkers are going.
Yeah. Boys, top left.
Yeah, he's countering something that doesn't exist. I love it. Liberator on the bottom side. There's legit 0 stalkers in the main. Everyone is focused around the net or the third base. That's understandable. ByuN, meanwhile, is going to do... It is one of these weird late mid-game timing move outs. So he's going to go for the double drop, or like the drop in the third, and then he's going to go for the Liberator in the main, while chasing the stalker in the middle as well. I don't think this is a real tank timing that he's going to commit to. I think this was just to give his Liberator and his mines a little bit more potential to deal damage.
Yep, he gets 8 probes in total here, so it's been a pretty huge success across the board. 5 kills in that lib. He's going to try and re-siege, but it kind of flies straight into 2 stalkers. Takes a lot more shots, actually goes down. That's a bad turn for ByuN, unnecessary loss compared to what it could have been, as ByuN just camps out in the middle of the map. But man, the supply difference is already huge. When he hits his upgrades, Geralt is going to have to pray that this Colossus is going to be able to do some work for him, otherwise he's going to be in trouble.
Oh, they're going to make a couple of big shots on the freaking stalkers. I mean, this is not looking great for Geralt.
No. It's pretty nasty. As the Marines show up, they're going to be able to get a probe, cover up the Widow Mine here, which is probably going to get a Stalker at the very least. Just splash it onto some Marines to speed up the process of killing at least, but here's the push of ByuN with upgrades done. Like I say, I mean, this feels terrifying already.
Yeah, unfortunate for Geralt there that he didn't have a sentry to throw into the mine to tank that shot. So now he lost the Stalker instead, which is very painful, of course. Colossus is going to help a little bit, especially now that these Marines don't have combat. Yeah, it's going to dish out a lot of damage. 2 tanks in the back. We have the mines defending them. Oh, that was a fat mine shot. I think ByuN's is going to win the game here, straight up.
Colossus down, 1 Colossus left, no thermal lance on them, so Colossus can't do much. Walk down that ramp or that ledge. I thought he was going to be able to turn on it, but he's going to turn on it with the Marauders now. The tank already helped out with 1 shot. We're going to get the Colossus. The Zealots and Probes will not defend this, believe it or not. And that is going to be ByuN with a comfortable 1-0 lead, it feels like, after this opening game.
Yeah, very comfortable. A little bit disappointed here by Geralt. This did not feel like a good game. His first 2 minutes actually were really good. Like, he killed the Reaper Hellion. You know that like early tank pushes are less likely because whenever you build a Reaper, you're basically killing off what is it, like 4 Marines or so? Is that correct? Right? Yeah, about 4 Marines, like 3.5 Marines. So usually you either see like Reaper Reactor, or you see just Reactor first. We're going for these tank pushes, but going for Reaper Reactor is just a lot worse. So he knew that most likely it was going to be a mine drop or some minor harassment, but he still didn't really manage to deal well with it, and then he just kind of died, which is, you know, sad, but it's the reality of being a Protoss player sometimes, is that you just die the moment Stim and Combat Shields finish up.
Yeah, those are very powerful upgrades. They change games, they dictate games. In this case, they're going to dictate victory for ByuN, as it was kind of set before they finished, but they were the nail in the coffin. The third base going to go down again. A disruptor hits absolutely nothing. Geralt is doing his best Geralt impression, actually. He really is one of the favorites to not leave a game.
True. Him and Bly were always very good at this.
Yeah.
I miss Bly.
Yeah, me too. I miss Bly showing up at the regionals every year and just randomly winning some games.
Yeah. Regionals. I remember when we had those.
Yeah, that one. Those ones, huh?
Good old regionals.
Good old regionals.
Dude, it feels so long ago since we had like any big tournament. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. It has been. It's been half a year.
Is that the longest it's ever been that there's just been no major tournament?
Yes,
I think
of course.
so, right?
Like beforehand, people used to freak out if we didn't have news in January when BlizzCon was in like the start of November. You know. And it'd be like the 3rd of January, and people are like, "This is it. StarCraft is dead. There's no, they don't even acknowledge us anymore." And then it's like next week, it's like, "We signed a 3-year deal with ESL." And it's like, "Oh, cool." So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say six months might indeed be the longest it's been.
Yeah, it feels long as well.
Yeah, but I just sucks.
Luckily, I have loads of travel planned anyway. I'm going to multiple weddings this year.
Multiple weddings. Yes, it's a busy year for getting married in StarCraft.
Yeah, it really is. Are we allowed to talk about what you're doing as well, or no?
What I'm doing?
Yeah, but or is it not is your relationship public or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you never know. You know how a lot of K-pop stars, they pretend like they don't have significant others to not upset their fan base.
I pretend I'm single to increase my sub count. Yeah, it's been going great for me. You see all these 600 of these subs right now.
You're a large fan base of female followers. It's possible.
How many other weddings are you going to?
Up next. This actual pain.
Well, how many other weddings are you going to?
Oh, I'm going to Ricky's wedding as well.
Oh, that really is a busy year for weddings.
Yeah, 2.
Oh, well, there's another one.
Oh, I'm not invited, probably.
Yeah, well, I didn't think you were going to. I didn't think you would be, but like not for any particular reason, just different.
Just you didn't think they wouldn't want to have me there?
No, I was just surprised. Yeah, I don't know. Wow, when's Ricky's wedding?
It's like April somewhere. Start April.
April. Damn.
That's gonna be fun.
It's busy.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me over the next few years. Everyone's just gonna get married, you know?
Yeah. Nothing else to do.
Yeah, you might as well.
No StarCraft events, may as well just go get married.
We need an excuse to see each other.
Yeah. Abyssal Reef, map number 2 here for ByuN and Geralt. I bet you're really excited to come visit the beautiful shores of Sunderland.
Dude, I am. I like the non-city parts in England the most, I think.
But I live in a city.
What? Yeah, but you look like a crap city. It's not like a real one.
Yeah, I was actually saying this to Helen. I was like, it's going to be funny because people are like, oh yeah, we're going to like a city. And you're going to get there, you're going to walk down like a street for 2 minutes. You're going to be like, wait, where does the city continue? It's like, it doesn't. That was it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Do you think we're going to see some real characters as well? Like the... You know, like proper British
proper northern... Yeah, absolutely. If you walk around Sunderland for like 2 minutes, absolutely.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. I'm gonna take my camera and everything. Like I'm gonna be filming some, you know.
You're gonna learn some new words, aren't you? I can already tell.
Oh yeah. My vocabulary is gonna be off the charts when I come back home. I can't wait for it. Yeah, London feels too proper still, you know.
But London's very foreign, honestly.
Yeah, it's a real city.
Like half the people you walk past in London aren't English, I would say.
They aren't English. Does that bother you, Wardy?
No, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm just saying, like, the reality is you walk past...
Brexit is Brexit, Wardy.
No, not at all. Like, just staying as it is. Like, you know, like you hear a lot of different languages spoken in London. You know, like it just feels like a different place. It doesn't feel like...
Feels like a different place. It doesn't feel like England anymore, Wardy.
I don't care what London feels like. It's an improvement on living where I live, like the people I walk past.
I'm sure it is. How big is the city you live in?
Yeah, pretty small.
Oh,
For a
okay.
city, it's pretty small. But we have like another city near us, so it's like that's like the bigger city. But even that isn't like huge. I don't know how do you scale the size of a city? Like
It's
what-
like the population I usually take.
okay, I would have no idea. Population of my city is 275,000.
Oh, it's not small.
It's not small.
But sometimes these non-Dutch cities, they can be pretty big in population size, but a lot of other countries that have more space than we have, then the city, you know, is just not so dense.
Yeah, but like,
if it's like very
that's what I
sprawled.
mean. Like to me, like I would probably count in that population, right? But like I live like say like 5 to 10 minutes outside the city center driving, and like I don't feel like I'm in that city at all. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So-
kind of similar for me, I guess. I live like 10 minutes away from the city center as well. Like it's, and I don't
Yeah.
really go there either. Like
Yeah.
I could be one of the villages. Like there's a village like a couple of minutes over. I feel as connected to that as I feel to the city I'm in. You know, it's just that the boundaries were drawn somewhere else, I guess.
I wonder what the population of the other city near us is. Oh, I'm interested. Apparently the other one's only 300,000, but that feels like a proper city to me. It's funny. I think it's just a case of the city I live in is run down and shit.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Oh.
Ooh, look at that. Geralt is going to counterattack with the Adept. He's going to cancel the CC from building. The battery is too late for the Reaper Hellion. I think ByuN's going to kill like 4 or 5 workers. That's not a great start here for Geralt. He doesn't have anything in the main either.
He has one stalker. So
Yeah, but I mean no battery
Yeah,
is
yeah,
really
yeah,
what I
yeah.
meant. Yeah.
just one stalker that's slowly going to chip away those Reapers. He said 4 or 5. He gets 4. He should easily get 5. Maybe
Should get
6. Ouch. He did at least slow down the CC from building on the side of ByuN, so there's something going Geralt's way at least.
Yeah, it's not by a small amount either. Like that's a long time to delay a CC. So that's actually kind of a big deal. But 6 workers is also a really big deal. Adept is eventually gonna die most likely. Maybe we'll get one more shade off. No, it's going to go straight to Protoss Heaven.
R.I.P.
RIP indeed. You have a mine over there. If this mine kills a Stalker, it's going to be a very sad moment. It's not going to, I think.
Yeah. 2 stalkers get past. And the drop is going to arrive in the natural, and Geralt has nothing over there. Oh my god. Yeah, that'll do it.
3 Marines and a mine in the natural. It's just enough Marines so that you can send in a single probe to deal with the mine, you know what I mean? If ByuN was paying attention there, that mine stays alive for a long freaking time. As at the other side of the map, we still have the Stalker Adept set up. It's going to get a couple of SCV kills. Blink is about 70% done. This is a really weird game because Geralt has extremely crappy infrastructure, no third base, just 2 gateways. ByuN has pretty decent infrastructure, and the worker count is close as well. ByuN's been supply drop for a while. Finally throws down that supply drop. Has like no Marines either. Does still have the triple Marine plus mine threat, and is gonna redrop once again in the main base. Like, this is not a good start for Geralt.
Nope. Not really ideal at all. A few stalkers going to get onto the medevac there. The Widowmine fires. The stalkers blink off away to the side. A few more probes are going to come back through. And we will see the medevac of ByuN. Going to pull away to the side. A few workers haven't gone down already. They're all just definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear right now in this grand scheme of things at the moment, isn't he? It's not looking super great.
Dude, I hate his position. He is gonna build a Dark Time, but it gets spotted
skeleton.
instantly by the Raven. So, I mean, Raven gets another 3 kills. This is such a desperate situation. You know what's funny? You'll see this type of setup in a Max Packs game, but Max Packs is on the other side of the map with like 14 Stalkers in a prison.
Yeah.
So, and then the game feels kind of even or slightly favored for TOS. Here, the game feels extremely over for TOS. Like, he's 54-54. He's supply lock on top of everything that's going wrong. Like, this is pure dominance out of ByuN, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, looks as though we're going to have ourselves a very tough situation from Geralt. He's been in a tough spot pretty much the entire series. That ain't changing right now. A couple Marines going to unload. Probes will take some damage. Stim combat +1 coming up as we speak. And, yeah, I mean, charge going to finish very shortly. The prison's halfway done. Marines going to try and get a probe there. Not quite going to reach it. The Stalker going to be there to fire back onto the Marine for a little bit. This is all a fight over one medevac, and at the end of the day, as upgrades finish, ByuN's probably going to wander across and just win, so...
Yeah. I mean, Geralt is researching Stormwall on 2 gases. Like... He's not going to afford many Templar here, Wardy. He might get 1 out. But even that is, like, a pretty big ask. You get a scan to the main. I'm not sure why, because the Raven was just going to fly in anyway through the 2 Stalkers. Might end up killing a couple of extra workers here. And yeah, so far ahead. Like, this is so over, Wardy.
Yep, we can't really change too much else right now. I mean, there's not much to add. It's a bunch of Stalkers against a few Marauders. There's actually a couple of Zealots, but I mean, ByuN also has even more still coming across the map, so we'll be moving across here very shortly. Well, medevacs, Widowmines gather up.
Honestly, that was a pretty decent hold out of Geralt.
Yeah, I thought he was going to die, but then I feel like ByuN can afford, and then he had so much coming across the map still, no?
Yeah. Now we're gonna have another fight, which is kind of awkward. If we have a storm, that would be a big deal. We have a storm. Geralt, actually kind of staying alive for now, at least. He's going to redrop perhaps in the natural. Still has a 3rd base on the way beyond that is. But he's gonna get actually kind of cleaned up. The Templar stays alive as well. It's 85 supply to 9. I have no clue what happened here.
Oh, he's actually going to lose everything as well. What did happen?
Yeah, I have no... Honestly, I stopped watching. Like, I was looking at the screen, but I was just kind of counting down until the thing popped up. I actually started counting to see how long Geralt would stay in this game for. He doesn't have a... If he had 2 storms right now in this army, like, that would be pretty powerful. Like, his army supply is really good.
Yeah. I mean, his army supply is great. He's going to take the Prism hit on the Widowmine, so a little scary. Geralt going to start going double Forge now, so he seems to think he can't end it, but he's going to start trying to get back into this in terms of upgrades. Going to make some progress there.
Hey, that's gonna be impossible now. He's down in workers. The Raven comes in once again. I think if you're gonna do it, you have to do it now. I kind of agree with this attack, if I'm being real honest. Prism can't afford to die. We have a storm that hits nothing. And now I think you have to give up this attack again, because you can't do this forever. Storm from the flank. Ooh, could have been bigger. Still pretty decently sized, as this CC is under some heavy fire. Dude, if there was like 2 more storms here, you have a legitimate chance as Geralt. You really do.
No, I mean, you put some Zealots in the main base, that's going to pull apart the defense of ByuN, which is one of his main kind of factors right now, is that he's been defending well, using the position nicely. He's going to charge in here, use the Widowmine, good split from Geralt, just going to split that Zealot away. Losing SCVs, I mean, ByuN can afford to lose some workers because he was very far ahead on workers, but it's undoing his advantages, still has that upgrade lead to trade with for the moment. Gonna go there.
Honestly, well done here out of Geralt. He's making this game way more competitive than it ever should be. He's even getting a 4th base right now. This Raven with 15 kills is really quite something, though. I hope that it eventually ends up dying to like a freaking feedback or something along those lines. More Immortals being built. We have some Templar at home. Prism has now finally died. Geralt's gonna blink him forward. Like, despite all of these fights or looking relatively okay for him, he still is just down in eco. And he has been down in eco this entire time, which means you're just going to need to outperform in the fights. So far, he has been doing it. Once Ghost hit the field, though, it's gonna get really difficult. Like, you're going to need something else than just Gateway Man.
Yeah, that's getting a little bit rough. As thought Stalker opens up some rocks over there. Bio will gather. Get ready to drop a depot down. We have the armory, engineering bay, continue to come around. A couple ghosts coming through. I mean, Geralt is just going to try and send it a game, but I think ByuN at this point really has stabilized. He's got ghosts popping, really does make a big difference too. Across the board, helps against the Stormers, helps against pretty much anything that's going to try and push him here.
Yeah. That little corridor there is pretty scary to walk through if there's storms out, so ByuN still needs to be careful. Now we finally have gases 3 and 4 on the way. This is really late for gas 3 and 4. We have a Robo-Bay coming in as well. We have the armor upgrade +2 starting for ByuN before the +2 attack. And a Fort base on the way here as well. Eco is still fairly similar here. Despite there being a Fort base already for Geralt and some oversaturation, I guess, somewhere for ByuN. And a little bit of oversaturation in the net and the third. It still feels like ByuN is capable of keeping up, but Geralt has played, honestly, a phenomenal game here.
Great job to step back in it as ByuN will chase through the middle a little bit, and he's also going to have the drop on the top side, entering the natural right now. Geralt is completely out of position, going to have to warp in to deal with this, plus the recall takes away one of his big defensive tools, and ByuN can start opening the rocks to attack into a 4th base there. The recall is not good enough, I don't think. I mean, we're going to have a couple of Spy Temple showing up for some storms. That first storm doesn't do much. And yeah, obviously the position is a huge factor because there is nothing in location to really deal with this 4th base defense right away now. Geralt's catcher goes across the map. I mean, Geralt tries to get in position. If you have to try and fight here, it's just not fun. He does drop a pretty good storm. There's one more storm available, and the Ghost struggling to get EMPs off. ByuN can actually end up in a very messy fight. Has to lift up the last few units, and Geralt, I didn't think he was going to be able to deal with this at all. He's still got the drop back on the natural, but pretty good fight on the 4th, if nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it did help that ByuN had about, what, like 20 supply or so in his natural, and that supply did kill 15 workers. And this is pretty much where you see the difference between having like a very big mineral or a very big gas eco, right? Geralt has had very good mineral eco for quite a while, but he's been lacking in those gas units, and the quality of ByuN's army as a result was just very high there. He had a bunch of ghosts in. He still has quite a high quality army right now. Does need to be careful though, because he really is one bad fight away from actually losing this game.
Yeah, has to be a little cautious here as we do see the Zealot Stalker trying to show up on the front of that base. We see the Biostim forward again. A couple of Zealot Stalkers get chased away. And you see the drop coming back into play. There's not much you can really do there. Too many Zealots. This ByuN will have a Disruptor to contend with as well. If he's not paying attention, that Disruptor could be big, but he does start to pull back in time. But it gives Geralt a little bit of position on the 4th. Not a planetary yet, so it's not helping itself out. The SCV's dying to the storm. Another storm good on top of some of the bioforces too. Now the planetary is fully available though. Disruptor steps too far forward. We do get a storm though. Planetary finishing the Disruptor off is fun as well.
Yeah, Geralt is making some magic happen here. He needs to still be very careful. This is an army extremely vulnerable to EMPs. So you hit like 1 or 2 EMPs on that entire army. There's no storms available. You can just chase it. You can chase it down. Worker count still in favor of ByuN here, and we see that represented in the gas income. He's actually mining a little bit too much gas, I think, and ideally he would actually have a 5th CC right now so that he can start mining some more minerals from there, because he has a very big gas bank, which isn't super useful after he starts the 3-3 upgrade, which he should start, by the way.
Yeah, this game's going long enough. Upgrades are going to continue to be a factor right now, just prioritizing a lot of other production. That Disruptor will not be it. And just gifted away there. We blink a few stories to the left side. It's also not going to do much. We start the armor upgrade first. Typical ByuN move. Should be able to afford attack as well, unless he forgets to go back to it. As he continues to try and chase up here right now, and there's currently no storms, so these Immortals are going to get caught, and it's a good chase. Going to get rid of 2, 3 Immortals. A lot of the kind of buffer and bulk of this army suddenly getting taken away from it.
Yeah, I don't mind if ByuN just heals up and waits for his 5 ghosts that he has just produced. Like he's building a crap ton of ghosts. If you just wait for at least 2, 3 more, you're going to have infinite EMPs here. You're going to have very good damage against the Zealots, potential for snipes, and just heal up this army, right? It's going to be phenomenal. Marine count is at 17, which is a good number. We have 16 Marauders. There's a bunch of Vikings in there, so this one Colossus won't be too powerful either. Storm actually hits in a pretty big way here, but the Vikings still manage to take out the Colossus before they end up dying. Now ByuN just kind of shoves it in there, and I don't think Geralt has the power to fight off this army anymore. The ghost count is very high. Medevacs are giving a lot of sustain to this army. Infinite EMPs in the mix as well, and now ByuN is up 70 supply. It's looking very, very bad for Geralt, but honestly, he did so much better than I thought was humanly possible. He was dead he was super dead after the early game, and he almost managed to make a full-on comeback.
Yeah, no, he made this a game where it never should have really been won. And ByuN, he was kind of cruising in this series, did have to kind of go up against a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a pushback. Because now we obviously can just see that Geralt will not stay in this. He will drop to 1-1 in this group. ByuN will start 1-0 in this group. He's going to play Creator up next, so we'll see if ByuN can continue this streak. As, yeah, play a little bit of a run for his money in the end there. After, like you say, just it started off so well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next is Creator thingy, right?
Creator ByuN. Yeah.
I'll stay. Despite this not being the greatest series, the last game salvaged it, I think.
The last game salvaged it, almost come back.
Yeah, it was a nice one.
But you going for some more StarCraft 2?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's going to be Creator versus ByuN, and then Geralt, Clem, ByuN, Clem. That's the order for everyone watching. Let them know what's coming up.
I'm on Korea already. Dude, I'm so fast.
I can't hop straight away because I have to tell the casters who don't move straight away. Otherwise, I feel like they're not going to get the hint.
Ah, smart.
You know.
Yeah, you're telling the herd.
Yeah, I'm making sure. You know, the sheepdog wouldn't just make sure the first one gets into the.
Yeah, the sheepdog makes sure that all of the sheep go in there.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's nice. I'm not a sheepdog. I'm just a very smart sheep.
you're just the smartest of the sheep. Yeah.
Yeah. The smartest of the sheep's already there.
Yeah.
Right ahead of time.
Huge. All right. Get Creator.
Hey, Wardy.
It up. Hey.
When you're casting and stuff, right? You make pretty long days a lot of the time.
Yeah, not as much anymore, but sure.
But imagine you were to make long days. Like,
Right.
do you eat during, before, or after?
Kind of depends. Like, usually I start at 12, right? So it kind of depends if we have food from last night or something that I'm making, then I'll try and eat before, like 11:30. But then sometimes if Helen's like making lunch, then I'll just eat during like a stream. And then
You
if
can go 8 hours without food?
No, I would need a snack probably.
What do you eat?
It's like crisps or something. I don't know.
Crisps?
If I was going
That's
to
actually bad stream food though.
Yeah, but
because you have to mute.
Yeah, you know, people are used to me just getting distracted and not talking. I've taught them to it's okay. I mean, the 8 hours would be like 12 till 8. Usually, if that's the case, I would probably eat as when I finish. I'd just probably eat like a later lunch. So I'd like eat at like 2 or 3, maybe. But yeah, it just kind of depends. I don't really cast 8 hours a lot anymore.
Why is that? Kind of lazy? Complacent?
No, there's just not a lot of tournaments that take 8 hours.
Complacent.
Like 8 hour streams used to be like you do like a Korean event into like a European event, right?
Yeah.
And now it's just very rarely 2 things in one day. Like I might stream 8 hours on Saturday because we have 8 best of 5s. But yeah.
Am I playing that as well or no?
No, this is the one you lost in the qualifier for.
The barbecue?
Yeah, the barbecue.
Ah, dang it.
Dang it.
I was kind of hoping I could get an invite there, but I guess it's not in the...
You weren't on
It's hard to get invites as TOS, isn't it?
You weren't on the list.
Yeah.
Wasn't even my
That's what I
choice
figured.
this time.
Sorry?
Wasn't even my choice. I got given a list of people to invite.
Ah, so there is a
It's
puppet master.
It's pretty great. I got a list of 13 people to invite, and I had to invite 6 people, right? I got given a list of 13. I had to go back for more names because so many people said no.
Really?
Yeah.
And I still wasn't on the list.
You still weren't on the
I didn't
list,
make
no.
the first cut. I didn't make the second cut. I
Or the
didn't make
backup
the
cut.
reserves. What was I on, like the third backup maybe?
The problem is you're right. It's Protoss. Like the Protoss players just say yes. Like Hero and Max Packs will play in everything.
Yeah, that's true. I
So
hate those guys.
It's the Zergs that are the problem.
Yeah, they are the problem in many ways.
Yeah. Zergs are just the Zergs think if they just don't play the game for the next few months, that the meta will just change and suddenly they'll like it again. Is what I can tell.
Yeah. It's a good setup. Shin though, he's active, isn't he?
Yeah, Shin plays most things.
Dark?
I feel like
It's Dark in the army now?
No, Doc wants to play most things, but I think he has like parental duties, you know.
Oh, really?
Well, like I keep asking him to play, and he's like, He's like you can tell he wants to play, but he just can't like make the days sometimes. But then he still plays some stuff. So yeah, I think he just has like the job of being a dad or something, you know. And,
How old do you think Dark? Do you think Dark is older than I am?
He's 28 now. How old are you?
I'm 30. He's 29.
There you go.
I thought he was way older than I am. What the hell? He's always seemed to have his life together way more than me.
I guess that happens when you win hundreds of thousands of dollars playing StarCraft.
Yeah. What the hell? He won 1.2 million. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's one of the best players of all time, mate.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know he won that much. Pretty mad.
He was just trailing Rogue, Geralt, and Maru to the 1 million mark.
Wow.
I think we've got everyone. There's too many people to count today. Alright, check if Creator's ready, and we'll kick off into this TVP.
I don't think he's ready.
I'm pretty sure he's not
right
either.
now.
That's why we wait for them to tell us.
I think ByuN is always ready. ByuN also always plays everything, right?
Yes, ByuN will play everything. ByuN's biggest issue is that he wants to play in even the smallest of tournaments.
Yeah.
So then he gets you know, has scheduling issues.
Yeah.
Like the other day, he couldn't play in the qualifier because he was in the finals of something else. I looked, it was like $30. I was like, ByuN's just grinding, man.
He's a machine.
He's a machine.
You see, your community is infighting.
No.
They're talking about Hero. They're gonna block each other right now. It's really nice seeing the difference in community, you know?
Why? Wait, so what they're fighting about? Not even right.
Whether Hero F2 is a lot or not.
Honestly, some days I just stop reading my chat. I pretend to read it. I like look over every now and then. I see that find. I'm like, look. I just say something like nonsense related as though I just read it. I'll be like, oh, great point, Billy Bob 73. And I go back, and everyone's looking in chat to see who Billy Bob 73 is. Slows them down for a minute.
Yeah, I like when they talk about my community. Never talks about StarCraft. They just spam emails, and they say stupid stuff. There's very little StarCraft discussion. I can't remember the last time someone talked about Hero having no units in the wall.
See, my chat goes from either arguing incessantly with each other, or they just don't talk. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm casting to 1,000 people, and it's like 10 minutes have gone since the last message. I'm like, is anyone alive?
It's crazy, no?
The difference.
Yeah.
Alright, credit ByuN. TVP. ByuN having a little struggle in that last game when maybe it should have been a little bit smoother, so perhaps something to be wary of going in against Creator, who did take a map off of Clem earlier on as well, so exciting game coming up right here. Let's see, ByuN 1-0 in the group. Creator is 0-2, so actually for Creator this is pretty much a must-win. Like, if you lose this as Creator, like, you're pretty much not going to make it. Like, 1-3 would have to be really ridiculous to get through.
Yeah, fat chance you're out in that case.
Yeah.
Better luck next time, buddy.
Yeah, and even worse is then you start to play against Shin at some point, so then you know you're out and you still have to play against Shin.
Yeah, that's awful.
But you can make more money by beating Shin, I guess, so not for nothing.
I like that. It's always good to have something to play for, at least.
Yeah, there's always a difference between 4th and 5th place, even if it's just $25.
Yeah, that's smart. Oh, look at this. This is one of my favorite build orders that Terrans play. It is Reactor first into Reaper, Reaper, Hellion, Reaper, Reaper, Hellion. 4 Reaper, 2 Hellions. This build is an entire mood, my friend. If you actually get across the map with this, like, it's freaking crazy. Even like the first Adept, like this is what's so frustrating about it, right? You send the first Adept across the scout, then you walk into 2 Reapers and a Hellion and you lose it. It's like, oh, that's great. And then you think it's over because it's just 2 Reaper and a Hellion, but no. Then 2 more Reapers and a Hellion show up. And then you lose like 17 workers. He doesn't have a wall. Hide. ByuN needs to hide. You have to hide that better, I think. The best way to kind of micro this is to get 2 or 3 hits off on the Hellion, because you can't go back home to repair it. So this was actually as well as it's going to go. I've seen ByuN go for 2 different approaches in this case. He'll very often just run into the natural and hope that there's no battery and start fighting adepts. Sometimes he'll just go into the main with like 4 Reapers. I think the 4 Reaper into the main is honestly a better gamble majority of the time. So I hope we're seeing that. Battery in the main is about 10 seconds away from finishing as well. So these Reapers should be capable of getting like 3-4 worker kills.
Yeah, you're going to try it. As we do get 1. Now looking for number 2. Gets that. Goes around the other side. The Adept is there. So actually only going to get 2. But he keeps all Reapers alive. Do you like him getting out with all the Reapers? Or would you rather him just commit for workers here and now?
Yeah, I think just killing more workers would have honestly been cool. It's not like these Reapers, they translate into a very powerful mid-game timing or something like this. Like, they don't really serve much of a purpose after their initial push in. Like, they might come in as like a distraction at some point, but majority of the time they come in and they just die. We're gonna see maybe he can get something done here, but not really. He shot the Nexus there accidentally, so yeah. This was painful. It's going to be a Cloak Banshee follow-up, maybe with a tank push, but honestly, I don't really see ByuN dealing a whole lot more damage here.
Yeah, I don't think there's much opportunity at all. I think this is going to be shut down. And like you say, the Banshees are going to come through. We'll see if they can do much. There's one more probe for grabs on this side, but again, he's going to respect keeping the Reapers alive instead and just not dive in for that probe. As Blink will be done soon from Creator, which will give him a much more comfortable time, more than likely in the near future.
What the hell is ByuN doing? He's taking a 3rd gas. He's naked producing Marines. And he's losing Reapers. You know, the one thing about having 4 Reapers on the map is that you're forcing some units to stay at home. So maybe if he would have kept all of them alive, then later on you can send them into the 3rd base, 2 Banshees in the main. Something along those lines could be kind of powerful. For now though, let's see what these 2 Banshees are actually up to. We're gonna have a swap of the barracks onto the tech lab. We're gonna have a eBay coming in as well in the natural. So I really thought that ByuN was gonna push out with like 12, 14 Marines, 2 tanks, 2 Banshees, and see if he could get a kill. Maybe he could have gotten it, but 9 Stalkers out already. Perhaps Creator would have just been fine.
Bugs come up, that Ram tank is there. Push the Stalkers back the other way. Stimming +1 going through from ByuN. Barracks finishing up as well. As he will just sit here and play a little bit of defense. I mean, the Stalkers will try and poke through. Actually going to blink for the tank, so he thinks if he gets rid of the tank, he can obviously kite these Marines back and do very well, and I don't necessarily disagree. First Marauder just now showing up from the high ground. We will see a new tank showing up, though. Starts to lose a couple of Stalkers, which is where this gets kind of expensive for Creator. I felt like he could have maybe preserved a couple of those. He is losing probes on the other side. The map is the problem, so he's going to lose 8 workers to the double Banshee showing up, and for ByuN, this is actually a pretty good sequence of events because Creator got so distracted himself by initiating on the natural that his Banshee defense was very slow to respond.
Yeah, and then he looked at the Banshees and then pulled the Stalkers back. So it kind of was like, you know, he messed up on both sides at the same time. That's why I ended up losing like 2-3 Stalkers, because he probably was busy dealing with those Banshees, pulling his workers away. 12 workers, Wardy, that's a lot of workers to lose.
Yeah, that's a dent in your economy, to say the least. Definitely going to be a step away from what you would have liked to have seen there, which is not ideal.
Yeah. Despite that, Creator's position isn't even that bad. Like, that's the crazy part here. Imagine how good his position would have been if he hadn't lost freaking 12 workers.
Yeah, would have been nice as we get rid of a couple of Zealots there, a couple of Stalkers back away over to the sides.
This is so scary.
Yeah.
If you're ByuN, or sorry, if you're a Creator, because you have no sentries. You lose the 1 Colossus, that's really all your damage.
And then there was only 1 Zealot in the front as well, so the Stalkers are then tanking Marauder shots, which isn't fun either.
Bench is going back in, gonna get 4 more kills.
Really nice. Very nice. As our Stalker Zealots Colossus just gonna come back through and just have ourselves the combat shields and concussive shots coming through Stalkers. Kind of shut down those Banshees. We will get 1 at least, which is nice because that at least gives you a little bit more safety from here on out.
Did you see the Observer mode move?
No.
He only got the last shot because he put the
into
Banshee,
yeah.
the observer into super mode, so it sees a little bit further. Otherwise, I don't think he would have gotten that final shot. Really neat move there out of Creator. Let's see if it's going to be good enough as ByuN is here. Charge isn't done quite yet. Neither is Thermal Lens. Natural is open. The Colossus just popped out. He's going to get targeted down by the Marauders as Creator is trying to catch this army. Tank is continuing to shell away though at these Stalkers, at the Sentries. Dealt a lot of damage already. It's like 7-8 shots for free here. As ByuN is going to go back to that tank. Ooh, Colossus coming in for a flank. That's not quite how you want to use this Colossus. A moves it again. He's going to lose that Colossus. W gets called as ByuN wins game number 1 here. But that was a hard-fought victory, especially given the fact that he killed like 12 workers for free with those double Banshees. So honestly, if I'm Creator and I'm looking at that game, I'm thinking to myself, hey, I have a lot of opportunities to win. As long as my first 4 minutes are good, or my first 6 minutes are good, I think he has a decent chance of getting there. But that's often the problem against players like ByuN. Having a clean first 6 minutes is just really difficult.
Yeah. Having the opening go your way multiple times is tough. We're gonna go Neon Violet Square though for map 2, so
Your favorite.
we love this one, yeah.
Yeah,
We love a bit of neon.
It's really nice.
Such an engaging map. I scroll down to count how many casts we have, and I just see there's a lot. I'm just like, cool, it's good enough. Like today is not the day to be missing the lobby, you know.
Yeah. How many fit in a lobby? Is it just
14 maybe?
Oh.
We're very close
14
to cap.
casters or 14?
14 casters, I believe.
Oh wow, that's pretty crazy.
I think it's definitely not 12. We have 13 in right now.
Hmm.
So I think it's 14 casters. Because that used to be the problem with ESL Open Cup Europe. You just you got to the finals and there was 7 English streamers, plus all the other language streamers, and the French guys had like 4 people in there. It was an experience. Good old days of ESL Open EU. Such a mess.
The Frenchies with the 4.
It was so funny because the admins were like, hey guys, please, if you have a co-caster, share to them on Discord, and all 4 French casters still join. Meanwhile, like, the 7th English streamer is like, can't get in, but the 7th English streamer is actually Roddy because he clicked like 2 seconds too late.
People moving closer to the server so that the ping on clicking the lobby link is better.
It was crazy, man. I actually quit in the finals a couple of times because it was just miserable trying to get in the lobby. Bad times. Alright, top right side is going to be top left hand side, sorry. Yeah. Blue Terran player is ByuN. Takes on Creator in the bottom right, who's down a game and really needs some help because 0-3 in this group would not be a good place to be at, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, but even if he wins this series, like it's going to be really freaking rough now with a map score like this.
Yeah, probably. Well, he took a map of Geralt. He took a map. No, if he won this series.
Yeah, but he loses a map to ByuN here.
Yeah, but he took a map off the
I think
guys
you have to have like a
to.
clean slate everywhere else. You know?
No.
So you go like 1-2, 1-2, and then you win 2-0, and then you go 1-2. Then it's possible.
Yeah, but he went 1-2, 1-2, and goes 2-1. For example, say whatever else happens, like the guy he's tied with could have gone 0-2, 0-2, and then 2-1. You know?
Yeah, but that person would be worse.
Well, yeah, but I think his position could be worse. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, of course it could be worse. But I'm saying it's not a good position. Like, it's still gonna be rough if you're losing any extra maps, you know? Like, I feel like if you lost your first 2 series, and then you're going down 0-1, then that's not good, Ward.
No, I'm not saying it's good. You're just saying, like, there's no way with this kind of map score. But I actually do think there's a way. I think his map score's fine if he wins this. You don't have to agree. It's okay. We can be on different sides of something.
It's possible to still come up. It's just going to be harder.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. So, what's our...
What the hell is ByuN doing?
I don't know. You tell me what ByuN's doing.
Wait, I'm gonna recall you real fast. People are complaining about it.
Hello?
Did this fix it?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. I mean, do you hear me as a robo voice?
No, I don't. But
How
sometimes
could-
it's because my OBS captures Discord funky.
Oh, that's weird.
I use the beta feature.
Oh, I see.
It's really cool. If it
Yeah?
actually would work perfectly, then it would be the sickest thing ever.
I see.
But it doesn't work perfectly.
Hmm. That means
Like once or twice a stream, they tell me your music is bugging or Wardy is bugging.
Fine.
Dude, I can't believe he's playing 3 racks on legitimately the longest map in the map pool and on a ramped map with double force field.
Yeah. You would kind of think that this is not the map for it, wouldn't you?
I think theoretically, this is legitimately the worst map that has ever been in the map pool for 3 racks. I can't recall a map ever being worse than this one for 3 racks.
Hmm.
So he's picked the worst map or to play this build on.
Nice,
And then people will say, but maybe because it's so unexpected, it will be good. No. It's always unexpected because this build isn't in the meta already. So no one expects this build, but you're still scouting for it because you understand that it exists. But if it gets scouted even just a little bit, like a single sentry is going to just clear it. This is an insane build order to play. Like legit an insane build. He's gonna hit like 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. This is supposed to hit at 5. 5:05 latest. Look when he's gonna hit this guy. There's gonna be like a 2 Colossus with Turmoil going to be out already, Wardy. His forward base will be done. He's thinking of throwing down the fleet beacon to get into the mothership. If he actually runs around and gets the kill right now, I'm gonna be so freaking upset. Like you won't believe it.
I mean, the rest of this Bioforce zone you just found now is the Stalkers do get their blink, so they will be saved.
Sentry.
He's going to stim after those units. Sentry warps in. One force field, is that enough?
Recharge! Use the recharge! It's still fine. This is the worst build I've seen in my life. He could have recharged. He had it available. I saw it. The entire way through, he had it.
But do you have the energy? Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah, he had the energy. I clicked.
Good job. That was an event. One might even say a sequence of events.
This doesn't make any sense to play this build on this map. It is so bad. It's already not that great of a build on small maps. It is a really bad build on maps with a ramp. And then you have a large map with a ramp. This has to be the worst build order choice that I've seen in my entire life. Like, you could copy the build of a diamond player and it would be better than this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It makes no sense. There has to be a reason for it, though. And I don't know what the reason is. Because ByuN usually has reasons for the things that he does. I think he just lost the game, to be honest.
Well, it's a pretty horrible position now, because you're sitting... essentially, he's double expanding on location.
I never
Try
seen
and
this
get
either.
back into it. Like he knows he's in trouble, so he just has to do something. Wild. Well, I mean, what do you do at this point? ByuN obviously double expands. He's just going to try and play it out and hope the double expansion helps him with that. Obviously, going to 4 bases or 3.5 will be nice, at least.
If he wins this game, he's actually just better than Creator, you realize. Like, how much better you'd have to be to actually win out of this position. Creator went freaking blink into Robo Bay versus 3 racks, took 0 damage against the 3 racks. Like, I don't think I could describe more of a dream scenario, you know? This is like the type of guy that wins the lottery and then buys another ticket the next month and then wins the lottery again. It's like, you know, these people exist. I think there was a guy in Australia that won like off of like a freaking scratch ticket or something, like freaking 250k, and then he bought another one and he won like another 250k. It's like, you know, it's gonna happen somewhere in the world with the amount of people that we have. Like that is how dream scenario of a dream scenario is. It's like insane. Like this should be completely unlosable if creator even remotely understands the power of his position right now. All he needs to do is split off one Colossus with 7 Stalkers and a Sentry. You push back this army and then you go across the map and you just freaking go kill the guy. Like it's legitimately, you can't lose anymore. What he's doing right now, if he just actually chills at home and gets Storm, there is a chance that ByuN gets the max out. And then it could be bad. Like ByuN gets 2-2, maxes out on Ghost Viking tank.
Ghost Viking tank. Yeah, I mean, if he maxes, like, it's always possible if he gets a good army.
Yeah.
It's pretty much what he has to go for. Like, he doesn't have any aggressive opportunity. Neon Violet Square wasn't going to give him many of those anyway. Yeah, I like that Korea's stepping forward, though, as he gets a bit confident in this game. I think that makes a lot of sense. Big Colossus, too, very difficult to stop.
Yeah, very difficult to stop. Where's the prism? It's somewhere, right? This is an issue on Neon Violet, like how hard it is to kill people. Like, look at this. Like, there's a freaking depot wall over here. I like that he's splitting up the Stalkers to deal with that, by the way. Tank is too far back. It's actually going to deal quite a bit of damage. Zealot run by into the Naturals, not doing a whole lot. Prism is pretty far back. Creator's going to clear a lot of depots here. We'll actually supply block ByuN, which is kind of unfortunate for ByuN. ByuN is at a 75 workers, which is very high. Has 2-2 on the way as well. Here comes Creator with an A move. What do you think?
I think he can send it.
I think so too. But 4 tanks?
Yeah, it's scary, but I believe.
This is not it though. If you're gonna send it, you send it.
You have to go with everything. Commit.
Yeah, you can't semi-commit. Like A moves against Terrans are like relationships, you know? You get one shot at it, and you need to fully commit. You can't, you know, have a relationship during the week and in the weekend be single. It's the same with the Colossus attack party. You go for it all the way. You can't pull back every now and again.
That explains Korea's love life then.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Well, because clearly he's uncommittal, you know, like.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get the idea of just committing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be making that type of sweeping statements about someone that I don't know that well, but yeah. You rather than me, Wardy.
It's okay, I'm sure he'll never hear of us.
I don't think so either. He'll be fine. 2 Disruptors, Storm, Graphitic Drive. Yeah. Warp Prism Speed. 2 more Nexi on the way as well. Honestly, ByuN has managed to get to a position that I didn't think was possible. But I still, like, I'm not in love with his spot right here.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it? I mean, he's going to be maxed out, but Creator's going to take his 5th base on a gold. You know, he's able to open the map up a little bit, knock down some rocks. He's had some map control with the army. He's going to get Storm and Prism Speed. Like, he's just got all the tools. The only thing I think Creator could have maybe gone into, well, actually, he already has a Dark Shrine. Shadow Stride, maybe. You know, get the DT Blink ready as well for some extra harassing power. Like, that's all he really could have done further to better his position, I think.
What about a Fleet Beacon?
I don't feel like you need the Fleet Beacon yet. I feel like that might be just a bit too quick. I'd rather see...
I like the Mothership, though, early on, you know?
Okay, yeah, Mothership's actually very good. That's true. I forget the modern-day Mothership is actually worth getting.
It's really powerful.
Yeah, it's actually...
It's really freaking strong.
I haven't seen one for like a week, so I just forget, you know, as well. Double hallucination, a tank, the missile turrets. Is going to let the Prism get 3 of the 4 zealots off.
That was cool as hell, wasn't it? That was really sick, no?
it was sick, and yeah, it's just like, it was so well defended, it still didn't really do much.
He had 2 Vikings and like 3 turrets shooting at it. Prey's gonna move in. He could actually kill all of these tanks. That's a big deal. Because then with Disruptors and maybe some Storms, you can do something. Okay, takes out 3 out of the 4 tanks. Do we have any... Wait, where's the Storms?
I don't know.
Oh, he had no Templars with this army.
No, not
This
here.
is a terrible fight for him.
Yep, that's the sort of fight you can't take. Now he's going to have to
He can
rebuild,
make
but
it
he has no
once or
gas.
twice. Nah, he's plenty of gas. Come on, Wardy.
He
He had like 800 gas. He just warped in 5 DTs. Had a slow warp in ByuN.
800 gas is not a lot.
No, it's plenty though. At 800 gas is plenty. Especially because he's also mining from 6 still, so it's like, that's not that bad. I think it's enough.
Game paused.
Ooh, ByuN paused.
Oh.
What do you think happened?
Chicken delivery.
Speculate. Oh, chicken delivery. It's possible. Quack, quack, quack.
Classic quack situation.
ByuN keyboard issue.
Yeah. Just a moment, there's a keyboard bug.
Are you translated on the phone?
Yeah.
Nice.
Actually, I think I knew the first one. MC man. It's like just a moment, I think. Right.
Game
We're back.
resumed.
Just like that. So yeah, ByuN has a good fight. And now is going to see what he can do as Creator spends his oodles of gas.
What is this, Wardy? He forgot the second forge. He doesn't have any armor upgrades. I didn't even realize this.
Do you think he forgot it, or do you think it's a conscious choice? I feel like
No, he forgot.
Just
I mean, you can't play without armor for this long. Dude, he's gonna get absolutely blasted in a fight.
Gonna force the recall ByuN, which is obviously nice already. Disruptor that gets recalled in the front goes down. Can lift up against the rest. Do we get away with some units? Yeah, 3 medevacs have units inside getting away. Could drop to the gold base, and that's going to help to join up with the main army as well. As there's not a lot over here. The High Templar got EMP, but there's still 1 storm left. It was good. The next EMP is not great. But focus on just getting rid of this gold, it seems. Like I say, the reinforcements will arrive from the main. As we scan, Observer, DTL takes some damage. We die for the Disruptor. We get that. Stalker warping should clean up, but already ByuN, I mean, decent army trade, gets a lot of workers as well. And he is going to lose this these last few units now, but even still getting a couple of units at the end, and even still actually gets a medevac back in the main.
Yeah. That felt like a good fight for ByuN, but Creator's Bank was so big that's actually a little bit scary right now for the Terran players. Like, well, if there was a Prism here to reinforce with like 10, 12, 14 more Zealots, it probably would have just been straight up over. Right now, ByuN might be capable of holding. He still has a tank in the back. He has a good Viking count. Doesn't have any Ghost though, and that means that Archons are actually going to be useful. Disruptor comes in as well. Archons being targeted down. I think once the Prism arrives here, it should just be pretty much over. Because Creator has a lot of cash still in the bank. He's going to lose his 1 Colossus. Vikings are going to die as well though. Liberator showing up.
Dive through for Disruptor, going to go for a couple more. More Disruptors just dropping down as ByuN sends some units forward here. I mean, ByuN does what he can. The Liberators will do their thing, but Creator is just going to shove on through.
Yeah, wow. I really thought for a second after that drop that ByuN might make a comeback here, but just the fact that he lost too much supply and then the counterattack hitting too hard here, it's a serious issue. That's the power of 21 gateways for Creator. What a silly game this has been. Starting with that 3 racks. And now ending with, just a straight up counterattack. Orbital's gonna go down here as well. Creator has a Colossus clearing some turrets behind all of this, and he's just gonna blink right in there. He does not want to wait. GG gets called. So Creator ties up the series 1-1 and keeps his hopes and dreams alive.
All of that off of a crappy 3 racks.
I mean, it put him very far behind Wardy.
Yeah, I agree.
Spot was terrible.
Terrible. But now we get to go to a fun map. Ley
You do?
lines.
I like ley lines. It's one of my favorites. Favs.
One of your favorites. Favs. So cool. You know all the lingo.
Like what?
Like favs.
True.
But
Sometimes I feel a bit out of touch, you know, when I read the comments from the Zoomers.
Yeah. For all 2 Zoomers
Yeah.
in the StarCraft community.
No, Irene's sister is a Zoomer.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
She's difficult to follow sometimes.
I see.
Just like it's like words and little things they do, you know. It's very confusing.
Freaking Zoomers, man.
Yeah, hate them. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Ain't that right?
We can live without them. We can used to have them.
True.
Maybe in this modern day, we need them. Huge, huge, huge. All right. Game number 3.
Shout out to Gnoi000 for the Twitch Prime to Wardy.
3 years.
Big member of the community for 3 years today. Well done, buddy.
3 years, damn.
Yeah.
Love it. Huge. You know what we do with that Twitch Prime?
What?
You know what that Twitch Prime means?
No?
Another $2.50 of StarCraft.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
All subs go to tournaments?
No, not
How
not
does
quite,
the
though.
money get? How do the bills get paid in the Wardy household?
Yeah, I don't know. I seem to put all the money into tournaments, but then I still have money left over. I'm not sure how it works. I've never stopped to do the math.
There's some interesting accounting going on there. Nah, guys, all of it is being invested in the right places. Don't forget to buy your own Wardy coin as well, boys. I swear this ain't a rug pool. Oh, Wardy.
That's a good question. I think I used to do $1 of every sub goes into prize pool. But you know, that also just means like, you know, it's like a base level of tournaments every month, which I put out
Yeah, that's
anyway,
true.
so, you know.
Yeah.
Annoy with the gifted sub to Mix You and Harstom's channel. There you go.
Yeah, it's very kind.
I bet you just like spend that on your bills or something weird.
I mean, I take all the money for myself. People are well aware of this as
You're
well.
such a normie.
There's no supporting of anything.
No support of anything. No, I heard you're becoming a WardiTV Monday sponsor.
Yeah, that is true.
Huge.
I'm becoming a WardiTV Monday sponsor.
Having the only replay pack in existence is quite powerful.
Yeah, I think you should. You have a lot of leverage over people. I think you should, you know, ask for more.
Ask for more.
Yeah, more cash.
Hmm.
What's this? Factory. Oh, it's
My
a double
fav-
gas opener.
My favorite was, I won't name a name, but someone asked me if they could help with the WardiTV Mondays if they get the cast. I was like, yeah, sure, you can help, you know, however much you want, it's all good. Here's the PayPal. And they're like, great, I'll get that right to you. It's been 6 months, guys. No payment.
That's a good one. You should have told him that he can donate whatever he wants, though. That's what you get.
Yeah, he's like,
You
I will
offer
literally donate nothing. Shit. They figured me out, man.
That's such a cool move. I love that.
Cool move. It's a
Yeah.
baller move.
Yeah, it is. No, it really is. Might have to copy that one. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. Reaper Hellion. You know what's cool about the Reaper Hellion? You know why this build is actually good? It's because there's no Protoss in the world that prepares for the 2 Reaper timing. Because it is not serious enough. You know, you're not going to lose a game because of it. You're going to lose some workers, perhaps. And majority of the time, you don't really lose workers either. So, playing that, especially if there's no wall, can be quite powerful. Oh, look at the bait! Look at the bait! Oh. No way. Creator doesn't fall for it. Nah, he doesn't really. Wow. Good setup here for Creator. The Creator is playing well. The defense here was good. It's going to be a mine drop follow-up. Gonna have a robotics facility coming out. This was 2 adept Stalker. He's gonna play 3-gate Blink. I hope it's going to be an aggressive 3-gate Blink here. I think after such an early game, it would be a waste to go into a passive setup.
Oh. Nails it. Great job. Shades away from the Widow Mine into the death in the natural, but at least the Widow Mine trick was good.
It's like, you know, these guys that do like the parkour type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like imagine like jumping off the building. They always do the roll at the end. You know?
Yeah.
They just roll straight into traffic and hit by a truck. It's like nice.
I thought he was going to roll straight off the edge of the building or something. It's like, oh, he lands it straight off the edge.
Dude, I was watching Instagram reels the other day of a guy that was like jumping towards poles and then he would slide down. It looked freaking crazy.
Yeah, I've seen that stuff. People are mental. Well, he just missed.
Yeah, I feel like the internet has been really bad for these people as well. Because it's like, I've seen this guy like go down the pole 5 times. And then at the 6th video, I was like, all right, what's next? You know, like I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah.
I've seen the move. So he's got to, you know, he's got to innovate. He's going to go crazier and crazier. And these guys, yeah. Yeah, not a fan of that, Wardy. Did you see the movie Free Solo?
No.
Ah. That is like a guy that climbs without a rope on like massive rocks. That's freaking great. I would recommend this movie. It's like a documentary movie. That guy's legitimately insane.
Okay.
Hard recommendation on that.
Okay. Well, I'll note it.
You won't watch it, will you?
I don't watch a lot of things. I'm not gonna lie.
If you're gonna watch something, you should watch it. It's so good.
Right.
That guy is really freaking cool, but like he is like no fear. All right. We have a tank push here coming in. Liberator same time in the natural. ByuN is really good at this, making sure that everything kind of syncs up in these weird ways. And I think he's just accidentally gonna kill a lot of workers here.
Yep, 11 pros go down. Liberator is in position. We're gonna get the Observer with the scan as well, and ByuN is gonna make this a very simple game 3 at this rate because Korea just lost a lot very quickly. Korea's had a lot of good games today, and then he's had a lot of games where he just flops at the, you know, all of a sudden, and that was it. You know, that was his time.
The last game versus Clem comes to mind.
The last game against Geralt too.
I didn't see that.
You didn't see that one, but there's a similar vibe.
Okay, yeah. And this is a very similar vibe again, right? This is just. The thing is that he does kill a lot of the Marines. So perhaps the follow-up is not going to be this big, but his Liberator in the naturals dealt a lot of direct and indirect damage. So yeah, 3rd CC being built on location is a baller move here out of ByuN. It's going to add in a couple more barracks. Like, if you're still ahead in supply after such a powerful blow to the economy, usually it's very bad news for the Pro Bowl.
I mean, eco damage is just rough to come back from, basically, at this point. We'll see what we can try and do. As the Stalker gets grabbed, a couple of those Stalkers can get chased away as well.
You know what I think here? I actually think going for a straight up push is probably not that great. I think you either want to do drops or you just want to sit back and relax, right? Because your main advantage right now is that you're going to have a better eco once your 3rd base finishes up. But right now he's actually being outmined. So there's a chance that if he like loses a drop completely that he dies, but yeah, he still takes the risk. He's going to get in and he's going to get away with it. Stalkers were not in position. I think ByuN might be capable of clearing out these Stalkers, maybe even get some units out. And this is just really nice play. ByuN played this out very, very well. He's going to get the kill on the 3rd base here. GG gets called. Creator loses this series, and ByuN looking dominant over here.
Yep. GG's is going to be a solid series from ByuN, 2-1, and he goes 2-0 in the group, so he gets to a great position. He'll be playing Clem in a little bit. Is this the part where you leave? Or you committed?
ByuN Clem, you said, right?
No, ByuN Clem comes after Clem Geralt.
No shot. You're by yourself. Hey,
Yeah, I thought so.
was a pleasure casting with you.
Thanks for the entertaining discussions. It was a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good time.
Good time. Have a good day. You want to
Yeah,
join
you too, buddy.
tomorrow? Oh, you're playing tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, playing tomorrow. I'll be here though.
Won't take long.
Yeah. What?
Won't
No, I
take-
meant like I'll be here playing. I didn't mean like I'll be casting. Yeah, I'll be
Oh,
playing.
okay.
Right? Oh.
Cool.
What the hell?
Okay.
Hey, can you unsubscribe the working together?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
and done. We've broken up.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
So what's up?
I don't have to read your
See you
chat
later, buddy.
anymore. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Alright guys, we are going to be hopping over to Europe for Clem versus Geralt as our next matchup here today. Shout out to Hearthstone for coming and joining us for some games. Always makes it a little bit more fun. As we will hop on over. So, yeah, so we've got 2 matches left. So again, just to reiterate what happened earlier is that Shin couldn't play today at last moment. Well, he told me last night, pretty much just after I gave him his group. So no Shin games today. So no Shin games today, which means we've got 2 series left, Clem versus Geralt, and then Clem versus ByuN. So that's what we've got coming up. That's what we're going to be heading into over the next few moments. We'll get that going. Awesome. Cool. Cool. I'll give it a moment to do some selling out. Be good. Alright, videos are coming through, guys, so we'll get that underway. Just want to check on a couple things. I can close this, I can close that. I can close this, I can close that. My pages have been a mess today. Yeah, tomorrow's group is looking great as well, by the way. Solar, Hero, Showtime, Hearthstone, Cure. Really fun set of matches tomorrow. So tomorrow's looking like a lot of fun. We've got more matches in Group C and D next week. This weekend we've got the Backers Brawl as well. I'll show you guys the Backers Brawl. We don't have a bracket for the Backers Brawl, but we do have the players set at the very least, so you can check that out. We have Hero, Clem, Shin, Maxpax, Gumi, Host, Solar, Trigger, and ByuN. That's going to be happening this weekend as well, so it's going to be a lot of fun. As, yeah, that should be awesome. So that's going to be the Backers Brawl this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday we're doing 8 best of 5s, and Sunday we are going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series, guys. It's going to be a long weekend of StarCraft, actually. Gonna be pretty crazy. So yeah, that's all coming up. Should be fun. 20 seconds and the ads are done, and then we're gonna do a little selling out section, guys. Pre-warning has been made. Alright, you guys, a couple moments. Alright, let's do the selling out. Are you guys ready? Oh my god, Justin's place is ahead of the selling out with a 29-month resub, Terrence for life. I actually already had Evil Cursor, new Prime sub, while Hearthstone was casting with us, as well as a Car 4 on the 6-month resub on a Prime, and Peanut Butter Jesus for the 13-month resub on a Prime. Thank you guys, we appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream today, if you're on the YouTube, you can like, subscribe, and check out the membership options there if you do so wish. And yeah, definitely like and subscribe, though. It's still like 50% of people watching the YouTube live streams are not subbed to the channel. And it turns out on days when I mention that, people actually click the subscribe button. So you could be the difference on my viewership statistics tomorrow when I read them. Subscribe today on the YouTube. If you're on the Twitch, obviously follow the channel as well. But also check out all the ways to support. Use them Prime subs. If you've got a Prime sub available, we turn Prime subs into StarCraft 2 tournaments. Okay? This event, WardiTV February, does not happen without your guys' support. This is a WardiTV tournament. We still don't have WardiTV money trees, believe it or not. I know, crazy. These tournaments are still being made up of your guys' support. So, If you do want to support, check out the Prime subs. Be a legend like Narcosis666, who just did a fresh sub of their own and then dropped 10 gifted subs, showing you all the ways in which you can support. Going out to Matt966, George EO, Patrick's996, Ilancer, Troubly007, The Megapode, Iron Ringed, Zeratool, Kyle Wilk98, and Pele0070815. Been a beautiful day for subs, guys. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you, thank you. Of course, you can donate regularly and so as well. I will make a quick mention to also the, holy shit, that's 25 gifted subs. I'll make a quick mention as well over to the Patreon page. We have just hit an all-time high on the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of money that you pledge on Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournaments. If you pledge $100, even if we lose some money to transaction fees, we will make sure that $100 goes into prize money as $100. So we've just hit an all-time high on Patreon. It's something like $785 for this month, which is amazing. So absolutely 100% check that out, and check out the Patreon if you want to support more tournament prize money. It's one of the best ways to support specifically tournaments. ENM7 dropping the 25 gifted subs. All right, guys, let's see a couple other subs because we kick off a hype train. Do it. Let's do it. We need like someone has 100 bits or something, or like a prime resub or something. Do it now because we'll have like a 40 sub hype train already. Do it. I'm telling you, this is an official demand. Ian with the 25 gifted subs going out to Public, Bad Apples, Norma 101, that very YOLO guy, Woven Lub, Spurious Platypus, Mewatch, Subby Pig, Cloud FX, Yilians, Faultier Machine, Ambient Ideal, Ragowit, Agno63, Lutherazi, Remasticus, KML 2018, Choco Puree, Strice Pharaoh, Rylan88, Slither Moon, Dalai Lama. Oh my god, Dalai Lama. I'm just murdering names. The further we go, the worse it gets. On 1917, Vombat IQ, and Veranda Buddy. Thank you so much, Ian. Always here gifting subs every month, and today a big 25 gifted subs as well. And thank you so much to Guildmaster Tosha on the 40-month resub on the Prime, Navia for the 4-month resub on the Prime, and Me Not You 9 on a regular sub as well. Thank you so much for the generosity. There we go. Level 3 hype train instantly. That's what I mean. It's worth kicking off the hype train because that's instantly level 3. I think we'll get a new emote from it. Huge. Huge. Insane. Bonkers. Crazy. All right. Let's kick off into some StarCraft 2 then, guys. Oh my god, you guys are just gonna go completely crazy apparently. Dustin's Place on the 5 gifted subs to Astral Dino, Penguin Farm, Just Pizza Boy, the Old Sad One, and Dread Fighter Nox. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs as well as we kick off into this best of 3 TVP. In the bottom left hand side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid, we've got Clem. Narcosis just does not stop now from the gifted subs, and the bits, 1,000 of them. Thank you so much for going above, beyond, and beyond again on the 1,000 bits. There's a famous saying once said, "This is to go even further," and that's what Necrosis just did. Thank you so much. Was that the quote? And this is to go even further beyond. Great moment. All right, top right, Geralt, a Red Protoss player. As we get into game number 1 of this best of 3, what are we celebrating? We're celebrating StarCraft, I think. I don't think we're really celebrating anything. We're just celebrating StarCraft and people being awesome. And people enjoying StarCraft. It's a pretty good thing to celebrate. Yeah. Yeah, again, guys, this is our first event of the WardiTV 2025 season. Now, I will be straight up and honest, I don't know what the WardiTV 2025 season looks like right now. So you might be wondering, well, what the hell is it then? I'm saying it because I 100% plan to do some kind of WardiTV circuit this year like we had in 2023. We didn't really do it in 2024. Last year was a bit of a weird year for us in general. I do want to do something this year. I just don't know what it really looks like right now because it really depends a little bit on what actually gets announced for StarCraft 2, if we ever get an announcement. Because that might also change whether we do any crowdfunding for our circuit or not, for example. So we're just kind of... I don't know what it looks like right now, but this event will build into it in some way. With points or winner qualifying to something or so on. I don't know, like I say, what that exactly is just yet. But we are committed to making sure there is consistent StarCraft throughout this year, so that is obviously what we are aiming to do. And again, with all your support, we are hopefully going to be able to do it. So thank you so much for all the generosity, guys, and the subs and stuff. I appreciate it. D64 is D64. Thank you so much for the 444 bits. Thanks for all the hard work. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it. Appreciate it. Like I say, the goal is to bring you guys as much SCT as we can. Alright. Selling out. Time. Done. Let's cast some TVP as Clem comes across. Reaper hopping around. Tech Lab coming up back at home. Is CC building on the high ground, so no risk being taken at all here. Geralt had a pretty good day. You knocked down Creator. You put up a fight against ByuN when it was kind of going all wrong for you. I don't hate Geralt's position in this group at all. He will still have to play Shin at some point as well. Again, those matches will not be today. As do you have our Reaper just going to go poking. Battery building. Twilight Council coming through. And our Reaper going to move around the edges, thinking about hopping up to the side. We do have, again, 2 CCs continuing out. The Stalker Pop's going to go after that Reaper as well. And the Adept is going to shade through in toward the main base. But also try and see just what else is happening. Will SC2 be in the eSport Olympics? Probably not. Not at this rate. If it's one of the final picks for EWC, I feel like it's probably not going to make it to the eSport Olympics. But we can always hope and pray. Would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know if we... I imagine it would be good. Have that. It should. Yeah, well, I mean, we're very biased, right? We all think SCT should be part of everything because it's the best esport, but unfortunately, the rest of the world can't quite see that. Crazy. I know. In SCT polls, activity on the Korean server has surged. Really? It's wild. I wonder why. Are they all playing like some weird custom game? Orbital command coming through. We are going to see a siege tank. A couple of Marines are going to continue about as well, so we bring that online. The Cyclone going to return back to the bottom left side. Stimpack and siege tank on the way from Clem. Get a few SCVs and a tech lab coming through. The Cyclone will gather with those Marines. And we get settled here on ley lines. And yeah, as Blink finishes, it'll be kind of down to Geralt to be a little bit aggressive here. Clem does not find too much early on in this game. Step up, Stalker's going to approach the front now. Blink is done, so we'll see what Geralt feels like he can do here. He gets the SCV to start. Obviously just blinking back defensively. Does not make any kind of bigger push as the tank is going to unsiege and... Okay, 3 sieges in the same place. I was going to say, I'm not sure where he's going to reposition that to. I feel like it's in a great spot already. Like, it's far enough back. It covers the front comfortably. Like, if you blink onto that, it's serious commitment. But it's not so far back that it's out of the way of defending if the Protoss just pokes as well. Like, it really hits the sweet spot of where it needs to be. So yeah, I was getting a little bit confused when Clem decided to unsiege that tank momentarily and be like, haha, I'm gonna move. And he didn't really move it. It was probably more of a misclick. Alright, quick break. Let's see what we get in our hype chest. We got the full damage emote. Well, I mean... Cool. Want to see our favorite players get medals? Or if we just made WardiTV medals? Maybe that's the play, guys. Maybe we'll just make WardiTV medals. Maybe that's all we need. Alright, a couple more coming through. Orbital command coming in. Get our gates coming about. Colossus +1 and charge coming in as well. Medals with my face on them, yeah. Congratulations, you're a Wardy gold medalist. Players are throwing away their hundreds of thousands of dollars of checks away. They're like, no, give me a Wardy medal. We don't need eSports World Cup. Wardy medals are at stake. Oh my god. Well, we just have a concussive shots coming up, +1 attack coming through as well. You see a few stalkers poking around, get a little bit of damage done. Yes, yeah, a few Zealots coming around the bottom side. Cyclone going to get rid of the Observer that was in the main, so we are getting rid of some of the vision of Geralt on this game, which is a nice start. These Stalkers get turned around, a couple of units continue to move about. So just going to come across. Those Zealots are going to get a Siege Chunk before they get cleaned up, which is not bad. I mean, getting rid of a tank is nice. Clem is moving into Widow Mines, but having a couple tanks to still back up his army would have been decent. So yeah, still effective. Fire comes up. Pylon just going to go down already. Fire still setting up. Obviously, those Colossus need to be careful. We do have Storm moments away, but we want to morph some of the High Templar into an Archon right now to help us give us something right away here. See our Nexus still setting up at the front. I mean, this Nexus is taking a lot of beating. We're going to have to go very soon, and this is going to be the moment for Geralt to try and break out of this chokehold that Clem kind of has on him. Another Storm or two dropping down, but we are going to break forward. This next Storm is going to miss a little bit as well. Nexus goes down. 10+2+1 coming around here. A couple of mine shots go as well. I mean, that obviously puts Geralt back down to 3 bases, and Clem very comfortable position right now. And Clem just in a great supply position. Geralt gonna have to make a turnaround in this game right now based on where things are currently at. Army comes around the upper side. Again, Colossus +2 attack, +1 armor. Continue to come in. Our +2/+1 all coming. Our shields, ship weapons, sorry, coming up as well. And he's going to nibble at that pylon. We put another base down the front, so targets for Clem to hit. He already has a quad drop heading over to the right-hand side, so that's immediately looking as though we're going to have a little bit of something to make happen. The Vikings get through there. The Prism goes down. Medevacs on that right side still just hanging about. Stalker, Zealot, Colossus, Templars coming through too. As that Bioforce comes forward, that Zealot going to get caught. The Vikings sitting overhead. Just drop straight into this natural. I mean, Geralt doesn't have to recall because he's on his way back with a group of units, but he's going to have to start splitting because Clem is pushing the left-hand side as well. What does Clem want to do, man? Those Vikings are going to have a good time against that Colossus. Storms and Knights are going to load up and go into the main. There's the other Colossus showing up. We need to keep hitting Storms on these Vikings. We need to protect the Colossus right now. 2 out of 3 Colossus go down. I mean, honestly, the Storms did pretty okay. A massive Zealot warping will help a lot. Clem is still running around in the main base. The Vikings retreat. There's not a lot of bio on that top side attack. Man, Geralt is just losing probes. He can't keep workers alive for the life of him, it seems. Losing so much of that economy. That's going to be brutal. I think it's fair to say that this one is completely falling apart. Medevacs boosting through the top. We'll have ourselves a base they could jump onto there if they just want to hang around. Looks like they just want to get kind of nice and far away. They'll be kind of getting chased down here as we are going to freeze up. That's not good. Is that me? Nope, that is a... I think that's Ryung. It's okay, we'll take a moment or two, guys. We got this sorted. Get Ryung out of here. Yeah, Dragon64 with the 109-month resub. Chill, get out. Oh, the old school memes. Unbelievable. Alright, we're gonna get out of this in a second.
Game paused.
Alright, we'll pause.
Game
Okay, we're good.
resumed.
Alright, so Stalker's gonna try and come across. They will get 1, 2, 3. Okay, just the 2 medevacs. Let's clean up at least, and Geralt's gonna come along the bottom side of the map at the same time now. Try and potentially attack in. I have the Sensor getting taken out already. Sort of shot fires. Gonna be a couple Marines dodging backward. Let's see the Zealots, Colossus coming about. Good little EMP, hits a few Zealots, hits Colossus, takes some shields off of that. Another triple drop down here, but it looks as though Geralt caught wind of it, as he is going to be able to blink for 1 full medevac. It gets 2. Oh, that's huge. 2 full medevacs for Geralt. Vikings going uncontested, they'll just kill the Colossus, which is not ideal. But man, Clem, losing 20 supply in that bottom right is pretty major. He's got this push going right now. He doesn't have a ton of ghost energy though. Stalker's blinking in, feels dangerous, blocks the Zealots, but kind of gets Clem to turn around and push back, so I guess it isn't so bad overall. Obviously, Clem will regather in the center here. Ghost production continues. That +2 ship weapons is on the way. Add that Marine Marauder in. A couple more CCs coming about too. We'll see where we go as we have the Bio going to be sitting on the low ground. A couple of probes going down. Stalker's coming across, going to start to fight. Cyclone locking on. Gonna have to recall. That recalls to the top side to help against this larger army. Again, this is the constant dance that Clem is forcing. He's constantly asking you to check. Do you have the right amount of units in the right position? And Geralt having to use tools like basically a recall just to kind of split his army more effectively is not ideal. You know, you only have so many of those tools, right? Recall now goes on cooldown. That's one thing that you don't have. It really limits what you can do aggressively because you don't have a way to get back home quickly now because that's on cooldown. So those are some definite problems as our +3 ship weapons is going to be on the way from Clem, so continues to get invested into those air upgrades. Will help him a lot against the Colossus. If Liberator's coming into play, it's obviously a nice upgrade to have as well. Should we get to that stage, as Clem does sit on 5 bases. Liberators are not an impossibility. In fact, we start advanced ballistics right now, so Liberator range is going to be getting brought online over the next few moments. He just tries to keep on camping some of these bases of Geralt, stopping Geralt from stepping through into more and more comfortable positions here. Just trying to do as much as we can against that at any point. Bio flying, a couple of snipers lining up, Zealots going down. Shots will come through, a couple of EMPs going down. The Zealots are going to come forward, the Stalker's going to blink. It's going to be now Bio coming through from the bottom side. Zealot Stalker going to get jumped on. We're going to see another storm coming in, another storm coming in. Bio still trading. Those Colossus are going to get a lot of work done if they don't get taken out. There's a couple of Vikings left still. Yeah, what's up, Gromwald? Thank you so much for the 44-month resub on the Prime. Well, Disruptors continue through, +3 shields coming online. Again, Dark Shrine and Gateways coming up. Our Bio Force going to turn, and we will siege a couple of libs already. Now a couple of those probes immediately in some trouble. It's a nice storm. Dropping down straight away. Lots of those Zealots taking damage. They're going to warp in from that right side. Like Clem just doesn't have the support on the ground, but I guess that's because he looks outmatched because he's got a push on the top side like Geralt this time. I don't think he has an answer to. Yeah, it looks as though this drop will be good to get rid of a Nexus. I mean, they got pretty close to supply there. Geralt actually has a ton of money to spend. And Clem is just building up masses of Liberators. That's going to be an issue because Geralt's not really on an army composition that can deal with masses of Liberators. That is 100% going to be his next big problem now. Medevacs go peeling away to the sides again. Void coming up, Disruptor's coming through. CC just going to go down to the bottom side also. It's just going to go moving across for a couple of moments here. Nice shot hits the Stalker. Now we've got our Liberators turning around to fight. A couple of Disruptor shots fire through as well. There goes one Disruptor. Here goes two. Another Storm comes down. We snipe the Ghost down as well. Or snipe the High Templar down, sorry. Fire pulls around the right. There's going to be an extra round of Stalkers getting warped in. Mine fires, but the Stalkers just have to blink back. Just going to see the Liberator sieging up. Now we're going to stim again. A couple Colossus firing through. Archon goes down. Disruptor shots missing at the moment. Come back around that right side. Supplies are very close together right now. So the Liberators are still an issue, but there's enough Stalkers right now to get through them. If, you know, it does cost you some money. Geralt is continuing to win fights here. I think there's no way you can attack into the libs as they set up defensively like this, but man, Clem's supply has not been able to keep up right here. This is genuinely becoming a bit more of a problem. A little bit bonkers. Lib Siege, Bio will fight, a couple ghosts coming through as well. Tries to fire again, Shadow Strike coming through. We've got BCs on the way from Clem, well that's fun. Fire's still gathering up, Colossus are nearby, just going to be sitting there strongly for the moment. The Barator's going to come pulling back a little bit, Disruptor shot fires again. We're going to get more of these libs setting up, and the Bioforce trying to push forward. The Ghost's going to be here too. It's a snipe to get rid of one of the High Templar. We get rid of the Disruptor as well. Fire's still stepping forward here. The couple of Zelds getting shot at. It's going to be seen now. Colossus trying to fight forwards into this Clem. So as those Liberator Siege, they're going to get a lot done, including the High Templar at the end of it going down. And like I say, he's now got 4 battle cruisers on the production tab, so his production is looking absolutely stacked. Libs are going to turn again. They will go down, so unfortunately they will fall. I mean, the Void Ray was going to guarantee that. Geralt still has some money to spend. He can max out again. He's got 94 probes, which wise he constantly has so much money, but his army supply now is lacking, unfortunately. That army gathers up, a couple Colossus coming through, the BCs are setting up as well. I'm just trying to be very methodical with his movement here. Where are the BCs at? Yeah, they're just chilling at home. Clem is putting on so much pressure, and yet he's got an ace up his sleeve. The ace being those battle cruisers. When they show up, they're going to power through and definitely catch, I think, Geralt a little bit off guard, if nothing else. Fire pulling back. A lot of SCVs starting to go down. We do have ourselves 4 more BCs coming up too. There's just no answer to these BCs. The problem is, like, there's going to be so many of them. Oh, it's a good Disruptor shot. There's so many of those BCs. Like I said, there's going to be no good answer to them. We do not have... We have a Stargate in play, no Fleet Beacon. Yeah, here we go. BCs are going to teleport onto the army. And what do you do about this? Absolutely nothing. You're going to sit there and, well, cry about it probably, as the Colossus are going to get hunted. The BCs, they do not have Yamato. Feels like a mistake from Clem to not have Yamato on these guys, but yeah, the BCs teleport in. They're going to have to fight against a bunch of Stalkers. The thing is, like I said, I don't think Stalker should be able to do too much, especially as extra BCs show up. The Stalker count begins to reduce. We're actually going to start focusing on the Colossus, which maybe opens the door for the Bio to come through as well. DTs on the other side have gotten rid of a base, mind you, and we'll continue to try and deal with that as these BCs currently looking untouchable. Geralt still has a ton of money, but it's mostly minerals. He has a bit of gas to spend. He will continue to warp in a few Stalkers where he can. That's pretty much all he can do at this point is the BCs. Some of them are low HP, and some of them will get targeted down quickly by Stalkers. Stalker's trying to blink underneath to get as much DPS out on these BCs as possible. Clem will turn. He knows he's got enough BCs to kind of stand here and fight. Finally, Yamato coming online for him as well, and obviously he got rid of all the splash damage, so now the Bioforce that shows up is going to be so much more effective, so much more difficult to stop. Finally getting rid of a ton of these Geralt probes. We show back up onto the front base here. We are going to be seeing our Bioforce in the end being able to clean this up as the BCs continue to fire it up. Pylon goes down, Nexus taking damage. We are going to have ourselves a Clem victory in game number 1, but man, what a wild game, to be honest. Clem had to go to the BCs to win it. I mean, maybe he wins without the BCs, because obviously he would have had a lot of other army to utilize, but wins it in style as the BCs fly in for victory, doesn't he? That's one thing, if nothing else. Winning in style. Yeah, BC's still going at it. Clem is not building any more of them, though. He's going to have a few Yamatos available, I guess, at the end of the day. Battery's running out of energy here. Clem on the top left has a couple units as well. As you can see, 55 recently killed probes. Geralt just doesn't have the economy anymore. He doesn't have the army anymore. This is going to be GG, and Clem is going to win the first game at 23 minutes in, with battlecruisers still raining fire from above. And that's going to be GG's. Clem takes the opening game of this best of 3 as he looks to continue to advance his scoreline in this group. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments. It was a very fun game. It was a very, very fun game. Alright, we went into that game on the back of the hype train and everything as well, guys. Again, thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you for helping us to make more StarCraft. Like I say, really do appreciate it as we get ourselves ready to go into this next map. Let's get this going. We'll check everyone's here. Looks good. Ready GLHF, ready GLHF. Looks as though we can begin. I feel like we're missing someone, no? Maybe not. Alright, game number 2, Amygdala. Let's get this one started. Second map of this best of 3. Been great games today. This Group A has been delivering so far. Very nice. In the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player here is going to be Geralt. He is down a game to the blue Terran. In the bottom left, we have Team Liquid's Clem. Game 2 of our series, we get this underway. And over the fact that Clem just built a bunch of battlecruisers. You guys remember when Harston left before this series laughing about the fact we're about to cast Clem versus Geralt? What a fool. What a fool. Alright, let's see if we're going to get set up onto the natural. Going to get that ready to go. Probe coming up. Marine steps through. Yeah, Nexus coming about. Warp Gate coming up. Assimilator coming in as well. Have a heads up again. Nexus coming down. Refinery factory continue to come through. We're gonna come across, gonna jump into the main, get that ready to rumble. And in we go, gonna aim for some probes. One worker goes down, Adept gonna get that, Reaper gets chased. Two probes going down, Reaper escapes again, Blink continues up, the Warp Gate's coming in. Reaper gets chased, Stalker gonna be there. Again, our Warp Gate and that Blink continues through. The Robo facility starts up on the natural. There's the gateway coming through as well. As our Stalker patrols a little bit. Our defense looking fine early on. Obviously, the medevac coming through from Clem, as you will have himself. I wouldn't mind a drop. Or all the Marines, take your pick. Marines and the Wouldn't Mind works as well. Medevac with the Wouldn't Mind inside of it, just going to go towards the upper right. Perfect grenade shoots, the Stalker backs away. Wouldn't Mind shoots, going to be pulling back. So it's just the Wouldn't Mind, single Wouldn't Mind drop in. We have the Raven on the way, some harassment there. You know, faking the cloak for Banshees that do not exist as well, just in case a scout comes through. And the Robo Bay coming up, Nexus coming abound for the moment. Dogs will obviously put that pressure on the front. This Wouldn't Mind gets one more worker. Can we save this again? I think so. Clem's so good. Putting the medevac back too, so it can't be hit early is really nice. Again, the units line up in the main base. Banshee coming through. Hyperfly Rotors. So we actually do go for the Banshees in the end. It's just going to be very delayed Banshees. With Hyperfly Rotors as well. I didn't even realize he's on double starport. My apologies, guys. He's not on double starport. Wow, I completely whiffed that one. Okay, so Clem is going to play a lot of Banshees. Okay, this is really kind of well to crank out. He's up a game. Very interesting. Five workers going down before SCVs drop as well. Gonna make it a little bit more as the Banshees are catching Geralt a little off guard. Like I say, as Clem continues through, the armories are kind of a guarantee now, and mech seems to be a given for the second game of this series. God, it's been a little while since we've hit this, but goddamn do I think mech sucks. I will not believe in this until the moment the GG screen shows up in favor of Clem. Banshee commits. I mean, obviously 15 probes off the start is brilliant, make it 16. Like, that's a ton of damage. And I feel good about it if you got a bio follow-up. The fact he's got a mech follow-up, But yeah, just, to me, that just gives you time as Geralt to get back in the game. I mean, let's see how it goes. Let's see what happens here. The mech does have the ability to suck a lot of time. Wow, he's actually not even going to mech. He's actually just going to go straight up a Sky Terran. Wow. Well, that's good, because I think mech sucks, but this isn't mech. This is Sky Terran. This is definitely a different vibe. I mean, I knew he was going to go like Heavy Banshee off the double starport. I was convinced it was going to be like a mech-based follow-up. Factories to go next, but it's going to be starports. And just gather I'm going to be there. Wouldn't mind. Going to go grab a probe. It's a lot of Banshees. Observer going to see them here. Stalker's going to jump on them. And you're going to get rid of one. We're going to get rid of two. Banshee's cloak, but the Observer is there. We're going to have 2 kills. Blink back off cooldown in a second. 2 Marines and a Siege Tank going to set up. So on to build Vikings. More Banshees on the way. It's funny because you see Banshees going down. You're like, oh, well, that's terrible. But then we're building so many more Banshees. We're going to have to lose some at some point. Let's gather here, but it's Geralt that's obviously the one that's going to be pushing in. Second tank isn't siege just yet. We will... Okay, so I guess the Vikings can get the Observer, in which case detection is going to be difficult to come by. Funnily enough, the Observer speed that Geralt has gotten is actually very good in this case, because it can help keep his Observer alive. Zeld's going to try and charge into the natural. There's quite a few tanks here. The Banshees get back to play defense too, so the Zelds don't do much. I mean, we're really in uncharted territory. It's very rarely you see a Banshee-based army coming up against Protoss. Like, this is definitely something fresh. They really have had great games today. It's been a pretty wild one as our Stalkers continue to gather up. Immortal and +2 armor coming through, a Robo Facility and Nexus coming online as well. She's going to get 4 workers, going to get the cannon. Again, it's the Observer that's going to provide the detection needed to turn them around. And probes go down over on the edges. The Banshee's coming back over. Again, we got Fusion Core coming up as well. Knock down those rocks. CC will land in a couple of moments as well. Banshee's going to find the Stalkers without detection right now, and they will keep up to them even after the blinks. Now suddenly you're killing a bunch of Stalkers one by one. There's a cannon here, so some detection available. When's the Observer going to show back up? Oh, we're going to storm, we're going to feedback. There's 1 Observer on the map. Surely as Geralt, you get a couple more Observers out right now based on how this game is currently going. When it comes across, both 3 ship weapons coming up as well. Foundry Fortress just sits on that gold base. Let's whack away a couple of these tanks getting going. Couple of feedbacks onto the Banshees. We're going to turn around some more Zealots to get rid of. Libera is trying to siege up. The Planetary Fortress, the extra one to defend here, is a nice little addition. Having to split Banshees, Clem, to try and deal with this as Geralt gets another warp in of Zealots. So a lot of Zealots currently is call. Banshees have absurd DPS, which is why if you don't have the right things in position to deal with them, they can definitely become an issue. The Libera actually sieged up behind the bunker, but might have been better to siege up on the bunker for how long it was holding on. Banshees, gonna get another Stalker or so. The Observer gonna be there again. Around his Zealots warping in. Geralt maxed out now. Clem's supply dipping off. But, I mean, this is the point where we start getting VCs up. So, I mean, to me, I think this is the point where Geralt needs to get some better anti-air up again. Guess we'll see. So he's going to get down here. Orbital Landry's in some trouble. Clem has to move back over, trying to keep some of the BCs alive, which are already coming out. You see again, defensive in the main base as well. No Yamato still not getting that Yamato as a priority. I think that's it's obviously a decision. He did it last game as well when he switched into the BCs, but I always thought Yamato was almost always just a good thing for BCs. Clem once again pulling off a defense here, and Geralt is going to have to go scampering away. Banshees, Vikings, BCs all gathering up together, another storm going down. You see those Banshees going to fly forward. Oh, there's no detection. We're target firing down High Templar, I believe. Trying to get rid of as many of the storms as possible. Now we're eating storms on the Banshees, but a few are going to remain, and again, there's no detection, so we are going to have damage output continuing. Wow, he turns just as the Observer shows up. We can turn and get rid of that Observer too. We need an answer. Why did we not have more and more Observers? Honestly, I said it a few moments ago, no? Like, it's crazy that we don't commit into more Observers, and yet here we are. Now, the Banshee count's actually kind of low right now, which is going to somewhat save Geralt, maybe. This is a wild fight, honestly, as BCs continue to do their thing. Stalkers have to blink away. That leaves the Immortals to get chased by the Battlecruisers. A ton more Stalkers warping in. Can we continue to do this? Can we continue to set this up is my question, right? I mean, essentially right now what we're looking at is like basically just Stalkers against what is becoming a very highly tech Terran army. So yeah, I want to think about how I want to phrase it, but it is basically Stalkers versus the world, and the world has got some tech on its side. Going to blink across the left side. Planetary Fortress is going to go down. We will lose that Planetary. Banshees showing up. There's an Observer there that we get rid of, and once again we are without detection. Geralt is now lost. How many observers? 9 observers in the game. He does have 2 more available this time, but they're not here. This one a bit further back and sieged up, but he's already had to blink the Stalkers away. We do have Zealots putting pressure on the other side. Again, Geralt has loads of money. He's got 82 workers. And Clem is kind of getting starved out of the game. The problem with having to be so defensive the entire time is that Geralt is getting away with murder all around the map as he just goes into all of those other bases. We're going to try and break this planetary down. Clem is genuinely at a point where I don't think he can afford to lose another base. I think he needs to keep economy up, and I love that these Banshees go across the map, because I think exactly what he needs is to actually put some pressure on and to deny some economy. He's going to cloak. He scans. There's 2 Banshees that are uncloaked, which are taking damage. The rest will continue to fight there. And Storm shows up. Banshee's kind of sitting it. Again, they will just take the free damage. They're just going to take free units. Again, you've got to keep detection around the map, and Geralt is probably losing track of a lot of his observers that he does have. We saw he had a couple left. Banshee's starting to run out of energy, going to become a bigger issue here. But man, they're still finding value. The only ones dying are the ones running out of energy, and I mean, now we're going to show up onto this base. It's another Nexus that's going to go down. Just as we mentioned that Geralt was kind of getting away with expanding and exploding around the map, all of a sudden, the opposite kind of comes true. I mean, Clem cleans up some bases. Now, that said, he's got to be careful himself, because he's also starting to lose. I mean, he's losing his gold base here. Where's his, oh, he's going to recall right over here. What are we going to do? Land the Vikings? We're going to force this fight? Apparently so. Lifts the Vikings back in the sky to get an observer. Lands them again to try and fight Stalkers and Immortals. Hard to really know what's good and what's bad in this scenario. I mean, he loses a bunch of Vikings. I'm like, well, actually, do I care how much he loses the Vikings? Again, Banshees are just out of energy, which is why the Stalkers are able to fight back right now. We have another couple Storms getting available. Once more, the supply is at 140-ish each. Clem's up 40 army supply. Geralt's up 40 workers. Resources lost is 33 to 29k. It's not even that heavily different. You'd imagine that means that Geralt should be fine with the worker count. He just needs that economy to kick in and that money to be spent. I can gather Stalker's going to shoot there. Stalker's going to try and get underneath the BCs. That was not enough for a one-shot on a battle cruiser, so the BCs will live. Now 20 minutes in on a Amygdala. Game 1 was 23 minutes if you missed it. It was also a banger of a game. Clem closed that one out with BCs, but it wasn't Sky Terran from the very beginning like this game has been. Comes down, scares those Vikings away, and although the bottom right goes down as well, I mean, you can definitely see the supply favoring Geralt. It's really in the workers. Top left base still being there is a huge factor. The Stalker's going to try and get BCs. They're putting a lot of spread damage on those BCs. Now the BCs decide to teleport out of there. They're going to go to the top left where Stalker warping comes in. The Banshee's going to show up as well. There's a lot of damage output. We're going to recall over here. We're going to take a straight up fight. Stalkers and Banshees, BCs all fighting. Clem's going to lose. He does not have enough stuff. It'll be the Stalkers taking damage off cloaked Banshees right now. The only reason why Clem is able to push this back at all. With the BCs gone, I don't think Clem can win this game. And it does look as though we're going to have ourselves GG's. And game 3 on the horizon between Clem and Geralt. As Clem's attempt to play Sky Terran was entertaining, but it was not good enough to get a victory here in this game number 3. Will I be casting Leo Lee tomorrow, or did I not get the replays? Leo Lee, yeah, I am not casting it because I have my own tournament tomorrow, because unfortunately, as always, the Chinese guys don't tell us when they're running tournaments, and so then they just schedule over my tournaments, so yeah, I will not be casting Leo tomorrow. You know how easy it would be to send one message, "Hey Wardy, I see you have a tournament on this day," or "Hey Wardy, like, we have a tournament on this day." One message. Looks like Abyssal. Alright. Let's get Abyssal roof hosted up. . Do. Missing Geralt from the lobby. Looks like everyone else is here. Yes, no IEM for SC2. IEM Katowice has already happened, so it'd be pretty difficult to have SC2 at IEM Katowice now. You show up like 3 weeks late. Okay, number 3, Abyssal Reef. Final map of this series is going to be in the top left. Blue Protoss player Geralt will be battling against the red Terran in the bottom right-hand side, Team Liquid's Clem. What's up, Strutanov? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime as we take a moment to reset from some crazy couple of games. We have BC's 2 maps out of this series so far, which is obviously pretty nuts. Doesn't really happen all that often. SCV coming about, again, Nexus CC coming about, Marine on the way. The Reaper will head out onto the map. Pro coming over as well. Yo, thank you so much, IdleSCV. SC2, he says, with a £4 donation. Thank you very much for the generosity. Thank you for donating today and supporting the StarCraft. Watching WardiTV February. Our first event of the 2025 season. And this is Group A. Over the next 2 weeks, we've got 3 more group stages and three more groups, and also the playoffs coming your way, as well as another tournament playoffs this weekend as well. So we are filling up those days with StarCraft. Yeah, not in that regard. Well, we have ourselves the Marines coming about, Widow Mines, Medevac will start. It's a very standard build in comparison to what we saw last game, obviously. Stalker's going to get there, push that Reaper off over to the sides. The Reaper will get turned away for a few moments. And Siege Tank, couple more Marines coming about. Rax and a Tech Lab coming up as well. Here on Abyssal Reef, Game 3 of this series. Three probes going down. It's going to see another Widowmine. Going to unburrow, reburrow. Stalker's going to step up. Going to retarget that Widowmine a couple times. Just not manage to save it. And that means it's an empty medevac in the backfield, which will unfortunately not be able to get itself back into play anytime soon, it would seem. Everyone will come around. Stalker's going to come down the right side against Impact, Combat +1. All of that coming through. Marauder's still producing that charge on the way in the Twilight Council as well. So we see a lot of where we're going to. That Blink obviously available from Geralt. Moving to charge next. Auto turret will just start a fire. A couple probes taking shots. Again, +1 charge coming through. The Colossus coming around. A medevac just sits in that upper left-hand corner, chilling around there for a few moments as well as the reactor will finish on the factory. Starport will get a couple of medevacs building. So we're going to fire again. Medevac taking a bit more damage. And charge about to finish up. +1 attack is coming through as well.
Game paused.
I'm going to take a moment here.
Game resumed.
It was resumed. Let me get back to it. Alright, so Temple Archives coming up. Colossus coming out. Clem going to make his first push as he moves out. Geralt is extremely ready to jump into this main base. Now, Clem, I think the very smart thing to do here is to just go. Because these Stalkers are clearly designed to buy you a little bit more time, right? So if Clem can just get across the map and just handle this anyway, what's he lost? Concussive shells? That'll rebuild. You know, a little bit of time on a tech lab. I think Clem going across the map right now and committing to the timing that he has is one of the stronger things he can do. What I'm worried about is that's a very narrow choke, and getting up it might be tough, but there's no sentry, there's no force field available. He's just going to set up, what, a little bit of a siege towards the base. Oh, Geralt's going to walk down this ramp. That's oddly confident from Geralt, who blinks into Widow Mines. There is one sentry there, a couple force fields available. Clem gets a second force field out of his opponent. So has the tank in position of the mineral line. Yeah, so he was never about kind of running in quickly, but then Geralt comes and attacks into him. Storm coming through, the +1 armor upgrade is coming up on the Forge as well, so we continue to bring that into play currently. The shots continue to come through. Probably going to be there. A couple of Zealots getting shot at. Storm and the +1 armor coming through. A couple of probes continue up as well. There's the mortar turret coming into the back. A few more workers continue to drop down. That's just a lot of damage from Clem. 6 workers killed here, obviously still in position. The army supply from Geralt is clearly struggling already. Now has to deal with attacks in the main base. Robo-Bay going to be the target of Clem. There's already a couple Colossus up. Not sure the Robo-Bay's a prime target here, although there's no thermal lance. So actually now you can't even start thermal lance. And 15 probes are dead too. Jesus. Geralt, stop mining off this position if you can't. Like you're just giving up work as the storm comes in, but Clem steps through the storm to take this fight. The Colossus are way in the back. I've only just now started to kind of be part of this. A few more zealots going down. Can we get rid of those Colossus? Siege tank trying to fight. There's more storms available. The thing is, Clem still has the drop in the back of the main base. He got rid of a lot of units here. And his reinforcements, I think, are going to spam through as well as he does stim it up with the Marines, the Marauders. These zealots are going to come charging on top of this as well. Firewall fight, couple Stalkers taking damage, a few more hits coming through. And do you see our Ghost Marines, our Viking continue to come over. Gets over the left side. Rock's gonna be taking some shots. Gonna stay with 3 Stalkers and a sentry. Come about. Just gonna be seeing the storms dropping. We're gonna die for the Colossus, but we're gonna eat all the storms. That's definitely one way to lose your entire army as Clem. Do we hate it? I mean, he's up a lot of workers. He's still got an army. He's not gonna die to a push right now because he got the tech units at least, so probably not. That's the Stalkers will open up the rocks. Just gonna punch through here. Some comes over. The few SCVs are gonna gather. I see 2 workers, 5 SCVs, 2 probes going down, and she's gonna pull onto that bunker. The press him in the main as well. There's a moment for Geralt, this is kind of it, but that bunker is holding strong on that right-hand side. We're finally starting to make some progress on it as we finally get a storm or 2 to support. I don't know where that High Templar with energy came from. That bunker's just not dying. He put all of his effort on this bunker. 16, 17 SCVs dead with the main base attack. Oh, Geralt is going to equalize the work count a little bit here. Clem really... I mean, the attack in the middle of the map really went wrong, huh? Continue to fight. This Archon goes down, and there's not really anything left there. A handful of Stalkers. Geralt has to go stepping away. He's done a decent job kind of trying to capitalize on this because obviously had to do something. CC will land. Our Stalkers blink back again. Robo-Bane +2 armor coming up. The Raven with the auto turret there is actually going to get a Stalker. We're going to jump onto some of those Stalkers as well. EMP to help. Geralt's going to show up. Clem will obviously fight back against this. Go back and forth. Geralt's going to continue through. Stalkers are going to be just behind. Get ourselves a grab again. Prism, +2 armor. All coming about here. We have ourselves the Ghost, the Medivacs, the Marines coming over. It's a lot of units from Geralt, but man, I mean, Clem just has a lot as well. His reinforcements are looking good. Still has Ghost. This is just Zealot Stalker, a couple High Templars. It's missing so much. High Templar goes down. The Zealot Stalker getting pushed back. The Zealot's going to come through onto the Widow Mines. I will get there. That Immortal drops. The Fusel's trying to charge up as well. +3 attack. Starting from Clem. Another nice Storm lands onto the Bioforce. Marine sit in the back. 9 probes going down. Drops an EMP. The couple of High Temple getting caught in it. Probably going to get there and... Well, Zealot's still melting as they kind of come down the ramp here. A couple more Zealots are going to warp into the main base, but Clem is in position of that base. Reinforcements are doing it, though. They're pushing Clem back. And Clem is going to actually stumble a little bit. Now, he's got more reinforcements about to arrive from the middle of the map. My army just continues through. The Archon going to get chased. The Storm will come down. We'll have ourselves a couple of Vikings, Marines all gathering together. 3-3 upgrades continuing in from Clem at the moment as the Stalker Colossus continues to push Clem back down the bottom right side. Continues to gather again, a couple probes going down. You can see our Bio still gathering through. Just going to be seeing the on the left side. Going to try and poke Colossus from the high ground, trying to see what's up as well. Just going to try and jump on the Colossus. Stalker's blinking to protect. And Clem with a couple of quick moves that have cost him a lot of units at points in this game, but he's still just getting so much done. With units in the natural, units killing workers on the third base. It's just scraps here, there, and everywhere, but scraps are enough when your opponent is now a sub 100 supply. Cells keep chasing, 16 probes going down. We've seen the Bioforce coming across. A couple of Marauders will go onto those Stalkers as well. We blink underneath. Start Stalker Colossus coming through. The Viking going to be there. Colossus going to get chased. Is going to get killed. And we jump in for the rest of those Stalkers as well, so we continue to chase those down. Climb up again, just enough supply to absolutely close this one out. We've seen our fight continuing, but Geralt is very much so on the losing end of this. It's been a hell of a series, an hour-long best of 3. Between Clem and Geralt, we saw battle cruises in 2 out of 3 games. And even in this one, where Clem played a little bit more standard. Geralt had moments where it felt as though Clem made mistakes and Geralt could have maybe possibly taken advantage. GG's. Clem takes it 2-1 in this best of 3. Well played. Well played, Geralt. I actually think he put up a much better fight than a lot of people would have expected or given credit to. Alright, we got one final series today, guys. Again, Shin's games have been moved, so they will not be today. So our final matchup today will be ByuN versus Clem, so we'll kick off into that in just a couple of moments. Get that set up. Alright, a couple of moments, guys. So, Clem versus ByuN coming up. Let me just run some ads. Some Huge ad money. Gonna be rich. Again, thank you for all the generosity today, guys. We literally went from like 599 subs to 682, which has been pretty crazy. So thank you so much. I'm joining below about getting back towards 700. That's obviously going to help us with that idea for the next 30 days or so. Thank you so much. About 2,000 people need invites. Glacofat, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Carl Sang, Sports 777, Zaron, Adrian Camos, and Casimir Team CDM. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Kayu Kankum, thank you as well for the 23-month resub. Waiting on one more caster to join at the lobby, guys. Yo, Mac Cafe as well. Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. Thank you. Get it. As we kick on into Neon Violet Square for game 1 of this best of 3 between ByuN and Clem. So we're going to kick this series off. We're going to get this underway. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Terran player kickstarting this best of 3 TVP will be our blue Terran, ByuN. Takes on the red Protoss on the top left side of the map from Team Liquid. We've got Clem playing Protoss against Terran players once more, being the way that we've been continuing. Mayhem, how's it going? Thank you so much. The 74-month resub on the tier 3 as well. Going above and beyond. WardiTV, the pillar of SCT community. Thank you so much for the 74 months. Crazy. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Neon Violet Square, game number 1, best of 3. Clem just about wins out against Geralt. So where are we at? Clem is 2-0 in the group. 2-0, but lost a map in each of his matches. And then ByuN is currently at 2-0 as well. So actually the winner of this will be 3-0 on the day. The other 2-1. Again, all the players you've seen today have Shin left to play. So that will be a factor to consider as well. So keep that in mind. Get ourselves this this game on Neon Violet Square opening up and getting into place. So we get this started out, we get this underway, and we'll see what our guys have in store for us here. Nexus and a Cybercore going to be the opening moments here from Clem, so we get that to begin with. Also, just a reminder, Group B of this tournament will be tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have Group B, which is Hero, Showtime, Arston, Solar, and Cure. It's actually a very fun group as well. It's a difficult one to pick who advances from. So yeah, that should also be pretty darn neat. Right, coming up on the barracks, we do have ourselves the Twilight Council coming into production right now as well, so we get that underway. Depth coming about, just going to be seeing the Shade coming through, a couple of Marines, Widowmine, Starport coming around as well, so we get all of that underway. But Depths will be at the front here from Clem, trying to apply some pressure, a couple of SCVs coming through. We just got that blink coming up, the warp gate coming through. And that depth just going to come across. The Marines are going to be hanging around. Again, the Medevac Marines continue to gather up. Blink coming through as well. It's all of that coming around for the moment. We'll load up a few Widowmines. Just going to take those across the map, and ByuN will look for some damage early. So triple Widowmine drop as Clem plays the Blink. Clem is absolutely a Blink man. He plays Blink all of the time. In this matchup, I have seen him play Stargate here and there, but Blink really is the main story that he goes for. Just going to come through, the couple of SCVs coming about. And just have the Medevac nearly goes down before it can drop any Widowmines. That must have split kind of last second here. Going to be pretty nasty. 5 workers go down. One Widowmine survives as well. Oh no, it doesn't, because we get the Medevac. Well, 5 kills is still decent. Obviously, you would have liked to have kept the Medevac alive there, because you were so close to keeping it alive, which just didn't quite happen in the end, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunate in the final moments, it seems. Well, it's going to be our Stalkers. Going to go and take a step forward. As they jump into the main base. Tank taking a few shots, but we are going to defend here as ByuN. Clem trying to find a way to try and get a little bit of extra something going. Yeah, Violet, a map that... Yeah, Neon Violet map that ByuN really likes. And he likes to play the long game if his opening doesn't work too easily, right? So I do think it's kind of going to be interesting if Clem doesn't do too much in this game, see what ByuN does, because, like I said, Neon Violet naturally leads you to kind of these more passive games. It's going to be that pushing back. Sim +1 coming through. Marine Marauder Medevac. Widowmine coming up as well. So we continue to bring that into play currently. Stalkers just going to take some hits right now as we do see the Bioforce coming over. A couple of SCVs going down. Again, Storm +1 coming up. We got a few gateways on the way through as well. And 2 workers down for Clem. He is still kind of, keeping a few units on the map, but ByuN might get a bit of a bigger push for himself now. Clem with a good observer spot there to keep an eye on things moving through the base. Yeah, Clem's about to have Storm +1. That's obviously going to be a major factor in being able to defend whatever comes his way now. As the Bioforce heads to the upper left-hand side, and ByuN is going to go. Like I say, his opportunity to try and grab a base. We'll see what he does. Clem completely ignores the corner base, which is a base that ByuN takes. He does that religiously, it seems, on this map. Taking that half base in the background. Austin talked a lot yesterday about how much he hates it and how much it, how little it really does for you in the grand scheme of things. Fire gathers, units load up into the medevacs. Concussive shells will finish in a moment here from ByuN as well. We do have our Ghost Academy starting up, the orbital coming through. Marines will unload. We get rid of that observer. Again, now the +2 attack, and the obs continue to come about. A few probes going down again. 4 workers killed so far. This auto turret doing huge damage to Clem, taking some worker losses, and unfortunately going to end up in a little bit of a rough position there to start out with. +2 attack will be halfway done. And that is where we will sit for the moment. So it looks as though that will be that for the moment now, as we have an observer coming over as well. Stalker continues to come on through. The bio unloads again and again. Fire chase is going to jump on the pylon. Couple of storms coming down. 3 storms going down, make it a 4th. It's enough to scare ByuN to kind of backen it up. Does not get the drop off from the main base at the same time. Never got that tank sieged. So over the last couple of days of tournaments, ByuN has been able to get some really good positions with like a tank or 2 and just really working from there. Left side of Neon Violet being one of them. That base has been pressured quite nicely by ByuN against Down yesterday, for example, in that qualifier that we had. It's another nice storm. Marines will take some damage. Stalkers chasing, Marines still going down. The army of ByuN will continue to the upper left now. It's going to come moving through as well. A few additional ghosts added on in there. The Marines coming about. Stalkers and the Colossus going to be there as well. Good EMPs across the Stalkers. Rollers will shoot back and get a jump on the Colossus. If Clem loses that, a few Stalkers in an odd place, they're likely to be in some trouble as well. And what's Clem going to do? He's got units coming from the main base. That was the drop that he was defending in the main base originally. So now these units move across, but he's down 14 workers. Gets rid of that first medevac. Storm comes down. We should kill pretty much everything here. Yeah, the medevacs have to leave without saving any units, but we're going to lose a high tempo on top of it all. Army supplies even up after this. Clem, again, losing a lot of workers, brings them much closer on economy as well, so that's definitely a factor too. Also a pretty big deal right now. Everyone drops down an auto turret, a couple of probes. We'll take some pretty big shots. 2 workers going down. Now the army of Clem heading down the bottom right. Engineering Bay Armory coming through. The Marauders and Medevacs coming up as well. That Raven's still in the upper left-hand side. +1 armor, +3 attack. Continue to come about. We scan once again. We work our way down that right side. Good storms, although the good storms kind of then landed on his zealots. I feel like he's done more damage to his own zealots than what ByuN has. ByuN struggling supply-wise, as we are going to get through. Cancels the warp in. Pretty huge deal. That Colossus still in the back dealing some damage now, really only with a couple of immortal support, and an EMP comes down. But the bio unit count is not good enough. Surely reinforcements come through here? Question mark? I mean, I don't think Clem can continue through. Losing the Prism, big factor. If that Prism was a bit further back, then this probably wins the game, because a warp in there probably does just push you over the edge. Now ByuN will get something of a chance to play a bit of defense on the back of this at least, so that should help. I'm just gonna get a Stalker. It's gonna be Observer going down 2 with the scan. Gonna still behind a little bit of supply right now. He's got a bit of harass across the map. It's the Raven once more coming in. It's a 10 kill Raven. It's been very successful this game. I'm gonna push up. There's a ramp. Still has the 2 Colossus that are difficult to get rid of. He has a Storm to pick when he chooses it. Decides to drop it on the Vikings as one Colossus goes down, replaced by another right away here. Clem killed 15 SCVs during this apparently, which is obviously pretty huge. So a lot of damage done. The Storm comes down, the ByuN's taking damage again, the Ghosts continue to step across, our Colossus will try and fire it through. In the end, it's just not going to be enough from ByuN, he's losing too much trying to punch through this. GG's, and that is going to be Clem taking game 1, this best of 3. Clem gets the opening game. Head into game 2 here in just a second. It's ready to go. Alright, invites going out for Whispers of Gold here, guys. Map 2 here in just a sec. Get this underway and continue through what is our final game of Group A today. Like I say, Shin will play his games at some point. We don't know when just yet. We will figure that out ASAP. French casters have managed to click the wrong button 2 games in a row now. It's impressive. Alright, we're good. Let's go. This off and we will have a look. SC2 will be announced for EWC. You guys have some real copium. Bonkers. Alright, Whispers of Gold. As we head into game number 2. In the top left-hand side, down a game, trying to fight back in the TVP will be the blue Terran. It is ByuN. And the bottom right-hand side, our red Protoss from Team Liquid is Clem. If you go to Twitter, EWC page on the announcement, Clem is on the main page. That's just that generic announcement graphic that they've had for ages since Clem won. It doesn't really mean anything at all. Two games left to be announced as SC2 and Hearthstone. Don't think that's the case. If you're right, I will VIP you, sure. You can have a VIP, remind me. SCT and Hearthstone, that's a good one. We're going through Rebra Orbital Factory coming up. Was Hearthstone the previous EWC? No, I don't think so. Did they use the same image last year? No, because Clem hadn't won last year. But they've been using this image since they started announcing games and stuff. Like, it's... And I can promise you that they have no idea... That the point at which they started using that image, no one had any idea if StarCraft 2 was going to be a part of it or not. So, yeah. The image has zero, absolutely zero influence on what game's going to be there. Adept gonna Chrono Boost, Reaper on the way. Set up here on Whispers of Gold. We drop a Twilight Council down in the main base. Nexus. Building in, of course, Clem. Going toward that Blink is really just kind of a guarantee, right? Kind of an expectation to some extent. Would they not have chosen it eternally in advance? Well, no, that's just not how it works. I mean, you can choose that you might want SC2, but then you still have to confirm that you can have an SC2 tournament with Blizzard. And I think that's where all the issues have come from, right? So, yeah. But last year, so completely unrelated to anything I've heard from this year, last year already they were planning on not having SC2 this year, because they're planning to move into a different RTS. Unfortunately, when that RTS turned out to not be very great, they decided to ditch that idea. And then it seemed like they turned back to the idea of StarCraft, which is why I initially thought that it was just going to take a while to figure out, because they basically backtracked on not doing StarCraft. And so then they had to figure stuff out, which probably is the case. I think StarCraft 2's biggest issue right now for EWC is that EWC seem to really want to sign games for multiple years. Like, they want the games that they have to be there for the next 3 years. Like, they're signing a lot of deals through to 2027. And I just don't think they will do that for StarCraft, and I don't think they're going to get the support they need to do that for StarCraft is the problem. Like, they want games that they know are going to be properly supported for the next 3 years, and StarCraft 2 does not have that, unfortunately. I think that is genuinely the biggest issue StarCraft has from EWC's point of view of keeping it going. Or having it as a game. I think there's other issues beyond what EWC wants, but I think that is a factor as well. So yeah. Good defense from Clem eventually. Like, he finally cleans up, but he also lost 4 probes. So it was good, but it wasn't the cleanest, right? You did take some damage. Stalkers will shoot. Just gonna see the bunker. It's gonna be firing. The Stalkers get turned around, so Clem will not find much on the first little push there already. That comes in. We're going to have ourselves the low HP Widowmine from before. That's taken out, so Widowmines will not have the best of times here. Clem will get rid of the medevac here. Yo, Falcon Kaju, how you doing? 58-month resub, I appreciate it. Let's do get the Observer in return, as ByuN is setting up for a push here, right? Stim coming through. Gonna get a couple of tanks. No second tech lab. Let's see if he adds that on. It's getting kind of late for the second tech lab. Oh, okay, he's going to swap it there. Combat shields is still going to be a little bit behind the other things, though. Stalker's gathering, +1 attack and stim coming up. Marauder on the way through. Got the Observer in the main base. Just going to grab that as well. And the Obs goes towards the upper left. So I'm just trying to keep vision, keep info. Like I said, that combat shield is really late. It's completely out of sync with the other upgrades. Which makes it interesting as to how this might turn out now. There's a few more probes as ByuN's harass continues with the auto turrets. The Raven getting some work done here as well. And combat shield concussive shells now on the way through, so if ByuN wants to push, it would probably be with that combination of upgrades, so begin to get that all set. And the +1 and the Colossus coming around, we get that underway. I just gonna unload in the main base, already gonna be seeing a couple of probes going down, some damage being done. See the Zealots trying to get through. We're gonna get a couple of those Zealots picked off. Sentries coming over as well. I'm just gonna see a couple of probes going down. Our +1 on our concussive shells. Also continuing around for the moment. And this is a push in from ByuN now on the left side. He doesn't even siege the tanks yet, but if he did get sieged up, it's a powerful position that Clem does not have a lot to break through. He has a Colossus here, but he's gonna lose the pylons. He loses his warp in position as well. Not ideal. Now probes starting to drop. And tanks still firing, the units get pushed back a little further, the drop in the main base still around. Raven gonna auto turret the natural as well. ByuN just having a field day with all the damage he can do. He's gonna kill the base, you would imagine. He's gonna kill a lot of pros before he kills the base, but he should be able to target the base in the end. He's gonna get the Colossus. Wow, amazing. Does he get the base? Oh, he gets the base as well with the final Marauder shot. GG's, surely GG's. As I don't think there's much more to do on that one. I don't think Clem stays in this game after that. That's a brutal situation. Difficult one to recover from. It is going to be GG's. And it is going to be ByuN to take a 1-1 tied up situation with Clem. So thank you so much, RPM Aiko, with the $2. What's better for rushing Terran, Storm or Colossus? I mean, Colossus is usually a much more reliable way of dealing splash damage than Storm. So Colossus is pretty good. If you mean to deal with Terran rushes, then Colossus is usually a bit more reliable than Storm. Hey Ellie, you want to be part of the stream? Or are you just here to try and see if I have any food? I have no food, you should know this. I'm not allowed any food now anyway. Ellie's on a non-dog food ban. Anything that's not official dog food, she can't. Oh, I know you are. Just not happy about it. Not happy about it, are you? Okay. Yo, Outrageous Face, thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Thank you. Where can you buy the Hyperion? Well, the battle cruiser. The big one is it was made by Dark Horse Comics. They did you had to pre-order it. You had to pre-order it when it was originally being made. They made them to order. Well, they made a certain amount that sold out. Or they promised a certain amount that sold out. So if you want to buy it now, your best bet is probably eBay. All right, we're in the lobby. Let's get started into game 3 of this series. Wonder if this goes to 3-0, pretty much guaranteed through the group. There's still Shin left to play. Figure that out at some point. Yeah, thanks for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you all being here and enjoying some games with us. It's been fun so far. We go to ley lines for this next map. Let's go into it. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player tying it up with that push. It is going to be ByuN. Taking on the red Terran. In the top right, we have Team Liquid's Clem. Alright, so we got ourselves a final map. Ley lines to decide it. Let's see what happens. How's everyone doing in chat? I hope everyone's enjoyed the games today. It's been a great first day. I was kind of sad when Shin wasn't able to play, but actually it's going to work out kind of nicely because I usually go and play Pokemon cards on Wednesday nights. And Shin can't play. We actually had like long games anyway, so the fact we got 4.5 hours off of 6 best of 3s is incredible. Usually we guesstimate like 30 minutes per best of 3, so I thought today was going to be like 3 hours long. So the fact we went 4.5 with the game left here is pretty sick. So that's nice. It's been fun. We'll be back with Group B tomorrow. I'm not sure when we'll catch up on those Shin games, so I'll have to get them played first. But yeah, there's going to be obviously Group B of this tournament tomorrow, and then at the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, the Backers Brawl tournament. It's an 8-player double elim best of 5 event. Going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Be great. I'll just step about, Reaper coming through as well. Reapers gather, Reactor coming over. Twilight Council is in production. Clem playing the Twilight and the Blink once again. Again, wonder if this in such a good spot, being 3-0, pretty much guarantees you through the group. You play Shin for a chance to be guaranteed first place. By going 4-0, you will have the tiebreaker over the other guy in case you lose to Shin, but they beat them. So yeah, it's a great place to be. And Clem's map score is not great either, so Clem would rather not end up in tiebreakers. And this is one of those beautiful events where the first place finish is very important, because finishing first gets you straight to the round of 8, whereas second and third will play round of 12. Reapers here will need to take some shots. 2 workers going down. Except in the Stalker will come through to get one more Reaper kill. A couple of probes get blasted into the sky. You still have Blink on the way. You still have Wolfgate coming through and online as well. For the moment. Well, Adept gonna shade. A couple of Widow Mines gonna burrow here. I don't think that's the direction Clem's going, though. He's going downwards, so maybe on his retreat he might run into those mines. Medevac's about to pop. Obviously, Medevac wants to bring those mines across the map, but what's awkward is now you don't have the Widow Mine to help you zone at the front. As the Medevac will boost, he's gonna try and take Clem into the Widow Mines, and Clem's gonna run right into them, and the Adept will go down. He saw it in time to take the Stalker back. Medevac takes so much damage, though. Oh, very awkward, because now that Medevac is super low, and 2 more Stalkers show up. Oh, only 1 shot hits, though. And the Widow Mines will just unload, and ByuN realizes he's not going to be able to mine drop from here. What a weird scenario to get so much damage on the Medevac so early in the game. Kind of a little bit of a crazy situation. As the Nexus continues up, the Observer probes coming through, the Blink is coming online as well. All of that continuing through for the moment. That Observer continue to come about again. Cloak coming through, Banshee and Siege Tank coming in. Add a barracks onto that as well, and we keep all of this coming online. ByuN begs for the Observer. Clem says no. Brutal. Charge on the way up. Robo Bay gateways continue to come about here. You do have a few pros transferring. Robo Bay coming through. Again, we have the Banshee, the Engineering Bay, the Racks coming online. Marauder coming up as well. Robo Bay about to complete. Our Banshee going to get past the natural in toward the main base. Stalkers get there, and that Banshee is going to go down, so that's not ideal from ByuN. Commitment there, which is not going very far. I mean, you're spending money, which, I mean, at least it wasn't... Oh, no, it is Cloak on the Banshee as well. Oh, God. ByuN having a lot of his aggression just shut down before he even gets to go anywhere right now is Marine, Mine, and Tank. We'll press on through. Sieges up on the third base of Clem, who is about to have charge. Charge is such a huge factor in shutting these sort of pushes down. Overcharges the sentry, by the way, so energy there to give you the Guardian shield most likely. As his Colossus swaps out, that might just be kind of near to go time for Clem. Because he's taking damage on the Nexus, so he wants to go sooner rather than later. Love the singular Zealots finding a way to set up some of those mines early, or try to at least, and that's a shutdown easily. As the Banshee Cloaking is going to save it, but man, good Guardian shield as well. Sentry just about lived. Clean defense, clean up from Clem. He puts that back without really many issues at all. That Banshee's going to go down too, so another loss, unfortunately, on the side of ByuN. Those Banshees really did not pay for themselves. That was a lot of investment for really very little gained in return, unfortunately. I will push through, a couple Stalkers take some hits. Do have our medevac of Marines up to the top side, a couple Colossus gather. Stalkers, Zealots, Sentry gathering through. Stalkers have blinks, so I don't think this medevac ever gets away. Problem is, this medevac just goes down and we don't even do anything with it. Like, you force Clem's units to move, but you don't take advantage of that at all. That's not a winning combination, you know? It's not a winning combination in the slightest, unfortunately. I'm actually going down the map, so he feels like he can capitalize this. Now he's going to blink on top of medevacs. Were they both empty? I think they both were empty. But, yeah, just flying through to the center. I'm not sure. I didn't see it exactly. Well, either way, not exactly great for ByuN, who is now going to get jumped on here, and this third base has to lift off already. They have the Observer, so quite frankly, the Widow Mines will get dealt with, although now the Observer goes down. Apparently there is a nice scan there. Obviously, the Colossus is still coming through. SCVs are going to get jumped on again, and this is already going from bad to worse. ByuN now has no answer to Colossus. He has some Ghosts, he has some EMPs. He has to deal with these Colossus right now because... Whoa! Clem tries to help him out. He clicks his own Colossus. That helps. But he doesn't die, so unless you can still reach that Colossus, this is not going to matter too much. Let's see. Cobalt Forces try and keep ByuN back. ByuN is going to start breaking through. It's a lot of Marauders. If you close the distance, those Colossus are going to be deadly. You warp in additional Stalkers. There are Vikings on the way from ByuN, so starting to get the Colossus answer into play. Still feel like we're yet to hit a really kind of super successful EMP here. Gonna hit that bunker. And again, just very patient with what he's doing, right? A lot of position, a lot of sitting around. He doesn't push unless he feels the opportunity is there. Now he's gonna go and finish off the bunker. Now he's gonna be trading with units. We do lose one Colossus quickly, gonna let the Zealots stay in the front. The Colossus will come through though, and man, ByuN's army is just not having the best of times. Look at how low HP it all is. Those two medevacs going down are such a big deal. And this is still Marauder heavy as well, as Clem just warps in additional Zealots. It's gonna be GG. That army was such low HP. Imagine those two medevacs didn't go down for no reason, right? Also a big factor is Clem takes it 2-1. And that is going to be GG's. Clem takes the 3-0 on the day. Like I said, guys, Shin will not play his matches today. Shin's matches are moved. He came at me last minute and said he couldn't play today when he originally said he could. So Shin's games will be moved to another time and day. So yeah. That is that, and that is our day. So that will be our saga. Great games, though. For only getting to do 6 best-of-3s, we really had one of the better days to have that happen on, to be fair. So we will take that. We will take that. All right. Perfect. Cool. So, thank you so much for joining us today, guys. It has been a pleasure as always, and I will see you guys again for more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. Bye. Where's my ex? Is my bot dead? WardiBot, why are you dead, bro? Has the bot been dead all day, guys? Huh. There you go. Someone was trying to get the YouTube command. There you go. It's that now. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, that's it for me. I'm gonna run a set of ads on the outro. Help support the stream and the content. Thank you so much for all the support today. We had a load of subs. Zergiel 30, ENM7 on the 25. We had others as well. Thank you so much. We're super close to 700 again, which is awesome. It's a great basis to be on for the next month or so. Gives us a good chance to push up a little bit. And like I said, we got a bunch of WardiTV tournaments in the making and on the way. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Group B. Solar, Showtime, Hero, Halston, and Cure take place in Group B. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you there. Bye. Have you heard of Twitch Prime? You can support the stream right now with Twitch Prime. Don't forget to also follow the stream, subscribe to me on YouTube, give me money on Patreon, donate directly, and cheer in the chat. And don't forget to gift all those subs so we can hit that level 5 hype train.